everybody. It's day 2 of a reload here in Rio. We're onto the B stream today here for Jake and Guz. It's good to be back already. Yesterday was a very fun day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's good to be back. Unfortunately, the skies outside are a little bit grey and gloomy.
It's a little gloomy today.
Yeah, it's a bit drizzly. But
maybe it won't be gloomy in the games, though. Maybe we're going to get some really good games today.
Honestly, I think we've got some absolute bangers here on the B stream, especially later on.
Yeah, we've got some APAC love in to begin, and then we've got some absolute powerhouse matchups to close the day. Of course, 5 matches, all best of ones, continuing the schedule that we had yesterday. It needs to be said as well, coming into today. Today's kind of the last chance for teams to be a little bit cautious with their bullets and kind of suss things out, because from tomorrow onwards, that's when it gets a bit hectic. The schedule, of course, A stream, that's live at the moment. They've got some big matches over there. The B stream, B for best, of course, let's be honest. We start off with CAG, Elevate, and then we get into some really intriguing matchups like Fnatic and Scarz. That's going to be a fun one because you got a Fnatic roster that I'm not too sure where they're at. Scarz are going to rebound from yesterday. FearX looking like maybe the best team here at the event for APAC, going up against G2, a G2 roster that's a little bit in the wilderness. FaZe, W7M to then really kickstart our run of show towards the end of the day, and then closing, I know it's not on this graphic, but SSG versus DZ. That is a huge game.
I mean, I don't know who cooked up the schedule for this afternoon, but I feel like it just gradually gets better and better and better and better and better and better. So, yeah, super keen. The inter-regional matchups as well, especially, I think are probably going to be the most exciting. So, yeah, eager for this afternoon. Let's jump in, though, and start breaking down the first matchup for this afternoon. And it is Cyclops Elevate. Cyclops, let's zone in on them first.
Rough day yesterday. I mean, Sharif, unfortunately, the lowest rated EPS player at the tournament, 33 EPS. 1 kill.
But he did have a mouse issue.
He did
allegedly.
He did have a mouse issue. I'm not too sure if that's enough if you go 1-11. Of course, for those unfamiliar, Akali back into this roster after a little bit of time away, previously with CAG, then went to Crest, now returning. Yeah, and Sharif, of course, was the highest rated player on this team back at 6 Invitational in Boston. To then begin yesterday 1-11 was not something that they needed. So certainly looking to rebound today, and honestly against the roster that I arguably think they should be able to rebound against.
That being Elevate, is it?
That being Elevate.
All right, let's have a look at Elevate and see what we can expect from them this afternoon as well. Now, we were casting yesterday, so we didn't catch a bunch of this match, but I do remember a couple of glimpses of it in the green room. A 3-7 loss against Furia on Clubhouse. So they had a difficult opposition to, kick off this particular event. They showed glimpses of competitiveness, at least from what I was able to see, but, talking to some of the others as well, ultimately struggling against default players from Furia. So to an extent concerning, but again, this is a pretty green roster, right?
Yeah, and I think for Elevate, it's an intriguing roster because obviously from technically, quote-unquote, the APAC region, but it's a full Brazilian roster, so they are on home soil, right? And so you have to take into that account when you look at this event. Typically, especially you go back to Sao Paulo last year, a lot of the Brazilian teams tend to do well when they are playing locally, and so I think for this Elevate roster, they would be disappointed if they can't win today. The other benefit and caveat to all of this as well is that we may see these two teams actually meet again in APL, so that's something to actually take into consideration, especially for this Elevate roster. If this is a team that wants to make majors and contend, you need to qualify through APL, and CAG is typically a team that does that. They were at 6 Invitational, they've been to the big leagues, and so for Elevate, this is a really good test to see where are they really at.
I feel like I've completely taken over your hosting roles for this particular segment, just the nature of it, but we do have the map veto ready, so let's have a look at that and see where this matchup will take place. It ultimately is Clubhouse. Unfortunately, we didn't have much variety yesterday on the A stream, a ton of Chalet, so intrigued to jump into Club. As mentioned before, Elevate did take place on this particular map yesterday with a 3-7 loss, so looking to return to form, and for Cyclops, a new battleground for them here at Reload.
And for us personally, good to see a different map. We had 4 chalets yesterday, 1 lair, so that was the entire map pool that we got on the A stream. Here on the B stream, kickstarting with Clubhouse. I know we got one yesterday, but straight into this for CAG versus Elevate. We think that when you look at these two teams in terms of trying to assess where they're at, it's very difficult, but you would have to give the chocolates to CAG based on the vast majority of this roster, of course, having stability. Whereas for Elevate, it's a brand new roster that's been put together to try and compete over towards APL. Whether or not they can do that, we will have to see. Now, of course, the actual bullet system employed once again when it comes to today. 1 bullet has been put up by CAG, 2, though, from Elevate. Now, I don't believe either of them are actually still on 6, but
it is 2 for CAG.
2 for CAG. Well, there you go. So we'll get that cleaned up. But yeah, obviously neither of these two teams should also be on 6 bullets too.
True. We'll get that correctly.
We'll get all of that sorted out.
To be fair, again, very complex.
It is.
Well, it is the most complex format we've ever had for a siege event.
That is true. That is very much true. Into the ban phase, though, and of course we're going to see this a couple of times throughout the day when it comes to the new ban system, which, I mean, I'm personally a fan of it, and I know we're actually getting some pretty solid mixed reception, which is good because it means there's a vast majority of people that are actually enjoying it. I think it's personally shaking things up, especially when it comes to the meta. So Mira Kaid has been banned out, and then the Montang and the Thermite. We have had some conversations with you know, some of the players and coaches here at the FN in terms of like strategy when it comes to this kind of, you know, ban system. You could go for a, you know, double hard breach ban and then ban out the third one as well later in the half. You could obviously full target shields. You can also ban like entry operators. You can get rid of Capitals and your Yings, for example, and try and really make it difficult for those attacking teams. So when it comes to a map like Clubhouse, you get rid of the Montang, well, that's a target ban onto Anaton, who then goes onto the Blitz. But guess what? With the new system, you can play 3 rounds and then you can get rid of the Blitz as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Excited to see how it does play out. I think for me, probably the most intriguing part is that post-round 3, pre-round 4 ban where teams are trying to feel out what they want to target specifically in response to what they've seen so far in the match thus far. I think probably one of the best examples of that was yesterday. FearX got off to a really good start in his particular matchup and was playing a variety of operators, and it put the opposition in a difficult position trying to elect their next target ban from the list that was proving to be difficult to contain. But let's jump into round 1 here. Basement attack on the cards for CAG. And they bring the Osa. Now, it is an operator that sees some play in APAC, generally speaking. A team that really comes to mind is that X-Bleed roster and their ability to use it for a push down main stairs. But there are different options available. You can use it for, I mean, a variety of different pushes, really. For dirt, etc. Maybe even a blue hatch drop, potentially, as well, to facilitate a default. So we'll see what their plan ultimately is at the moment, though. Looking to contest above, and there is a Roma. Scopos in play. Semper looking to take this early fight and wins it. Not quite sure how that landed, but Black Ray in the grave to kick things off.
Yeah, job done for the Scopos as well. Now you can go back down to basement, as always has been the case when it comes to Clubhouse defense. Once you get that opening pick, it really is just kind of go back, bunker down onto site. You got the 5 players, so much more difficult now for the attacking team. You just haven't got the numbers to be able to hit all of the entry positions. I think as well, to be completely frank, yesterday, you know, CAG's attacks were quite poor. In fact, all of the APAC teams, their attacks were quite poor. And coming into Clubhouse, which historically in the APAC region, not the easiest attack really for those teams. I'm not expecting a whole lot from CAG in this half. I think the onus is very much on Elevate to get these defensive rounds. You know, start well, build up a bit of a lead. And it's just all quiet right now. CAG all on the exterior. And Chibisu, the only one inside bar, finally an entry from Anaton. This is just so basic right now from CAG. I mean, this is, you've got to pick up your pace, okay? You've got Moto Hatch. A little bit of kitchen presence now at the very least. And again, a reminder with that bullet system as well, now that it's all been cleaned up above, only 4 remaining for CAG, 5 for Elevate. Of course, both putting up 2 bullets in the chamber. That's just really sloppy from Akali on the Capital. And the next entry as well to follow from Anaton does not leave a lot to be desired here from the attacking side of Cyclops. It's a really poor start to begin for day 2. And Sharif at this point just probably hoping to get an early kill on the board.
Yeah, not sure if his mouse issues have been resolved for today's match. Nonetheless, whiffing that shot and Psycho able to capitalize. So potentially a flawless opening here for Elevate. Stalwart defense, but not really much on offer from Cyclops to open up the piece, losing that opening fight. Up above was scrappy. Didn't get much groundwork done even on towards some of these default positions through kitchen either. So leaving a little bit to be desired and following a trend that the APAC teams have unfortunately become quite renowned for in recent memory. Struggling on attack, and those issues only compounding here for the opening portion of Reload. Chibisu claims 1, but of course no impact in the round. Elevate will claim it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a poor round. If you were to be completely blunt, that attack from Elevate was just really not existent.
From Elevate?
Sorry, from CAG. It also technically wasn't existent from Elevate either, so I'm actually I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, from CAG, that, like, we've seen enough in terms of the APAC region that I'm not actually surprised from what we got. It's more that I'm disappointed from what we got, because it's like, how many times do we have to see this kind of dull, bland, slow attacks and then a double stack over towards Dirt where you both just push in one by one, not really clearing the area, not really giving, you know, a sense of respect over to Elevate that they're going to be watching, guarding that. You got to remember it's a 4v5, right? So they've got the 5 defenders. They can actually spread out. They can really hold all of these entry positions. Just careless, slow, paced, boring siege from CAG. But hey, it's only one round.
Would you give it a score of more or less than 35 IQ?
Okay, let's not beat that horse to death. Because I feel like there's
I just want to get it out of the way early.
There's far more time and better use of that particular meme today.
I would give it less.
Okay. Well, I mean, that round, it's probably a 0, to be honest.
0?
That was a really bad round.
Really?
Well,
I don't think it was
I want
quite
to add
that
context to why I'm saying it's a bad round as well, because you've got to remember with the bullet system here for this format, if they lose this match, they're down to 2 bullets. So it lowers their potential to keep gaining bullets, and it also puts them then pretty much on death row tomorrow.
Could be a potential duel on the cards for them tomorrow.
And to add even more context, this is a potential team in terms of Elevate that you're going to have to, you know, compete with over in APL. And to add even further context, for CAG, it's a largely same roster that we've seen quite a lot of. They somehow get to events and then they don't really do anything. So I want to see a little bit more. I want to see a little bit different. Am I being too... I'm not being
just
harsh
one round,
on
Jake. It's just one round.
I know. I was very positive yesterday. Today was...
I feel like you used up all your positivity.
It was a good day on the A stream. And look, honestly, to give, you know, a bit of positivity to Elevate, I loved the Scopos play. Yeah. I think Clubhouse is a really good map for it, especially when it comes to Church Arsenal. I think you can obviously really use the Scopos really nicely. It's a simple case. Semper gets a nice free kill up above. In that situation, if you're playing a normal operator, you'd have to kind of sprint back down main stairs. There is always that chance you get kind of crossfired on the way back down, so it's not virtually safe. But with the Scopos, it is pretty much just straight up, you're getting back down for free. 4v5, sit basement, easy round for Elevate, so really well worked from them. And again, the other thing as well, you know, like Anaton, yeah, okay, on the Maverick, so it can't just be Shield or Ying. It needs to be something a little bit different, otherwise you're going to keep getting target banned. Yesterday, Anaton copped 3 bans. Yeah. Literally, Montang, Blitz, and Ying. It was just like, get rid of Anaton. And he is good at those roles, don't get me wrong, but, you know, you need to be a little bit more versatile in this current era of Siege, and also now with the new ban system. So what's the rebound? What's the response now for CAG? First round, flawless. They did absolutely nothing. Well, almost flawless. Pretty much was.
Well, I'm intrigued to see what they do this round. Do they go for the default garage into the double catch plus his army, or do they go for something a little bit different?
It's looking a little bit default with the lineup that they're bringing for this round. You're right, though, double catch for the side of Elevate, which I like. Jaeger's received some noticeable changes.
I mean, the Mav, though, into the Bandit tub combos, yeah, a really good selection. If they're able to get the wall open, mind you, as Anaton takes a lick of damage.
And typically in the past, you could bring a Capitao, but now with the Jaeger changes, it's not quite as viable, and it makes Rafters a little bit more tricky to take. You don't even have the Montang.
Makes it exponentially more difficult.
Yeah, and with the Azami there as well. So honestly, if I'm CAG, I just avoid Garage. I go for a con-side hit.
You can poke and prod, but ultimately, I think con hits are, in this instance, probably the best play, and in general might become far more meta as well.
Still got to get that main breach opened up, of course. You definitely want to get some lounge control, but con side, definitely what you want to eventually go with. CC window to finish off. You know there's going to be one garage. You could eventually get some kind of lurk, you know, lounge to sort of bot garage. But it's the pacing as well. Like, there's 90 seconds left. I mean, we saw rounds finished by this point yesterday. I know it's Clubhouse, and Clubhouse you kind of feel almost lulled into playing this sort of style.
It's okay so far. I mean, they had the early lurk from Chibisu as well, so it's not as concerning yet.
Changing max.
I mean, Elevate just not being tested. And kudos, Elevate's also not giving CAG anything. They're not playing overly aggressive. Sitting back, playing power positions. They've got the operators to do that. So when you bring a lineup that Elevate's got, it's kind of, you got to play to your lineup, and that's what they're doing.
U2 could be a real issue here for Cyclops. They only have the 2 nades and the 1 Rotero left, and there's so many keepers still standing.
That's a free pick for Semper. Yeah, I mean, that's not ideal. 45 seconds, still a little bit of time. They absolutely must get the next kill. That was a chance for Chibitsu on the Finker with the LMG. Let's pop the Adrenal Surge. Yellow ping information. Finally got that breach opened up as well for a bit of crossfire, but I mean, this is not looking too great, not too hot until that moment just then, but then it's just ascended through con because it's a one-dimensional push. And even though this is a 1 versus 2, there's only 20 seconds left. Blackray does not have the diffuser. And now he's going into an area that has not been cleared until Psycho had no idea. that BlackRay went for the drop down towards Garage and suddenly a 1 versus 1. This would be an absolute steal if BlackRay can clutch this round for CAG. Picks the diffuser up, sits into the corner, red ping information. Well, I mean, it feels like Naka doesn't even really know what to do right now. Very slow, and he's up. That's gun up for BlackRay and hits the headshot. That's an absolute steal for Cyclops. They needed that one in the second round. An early attack for them in a round they really shouldn't have got it.
Yeah, highway robbery there from CAG.
The rotation from BlackRay there, though, to drop instead of pushing Breach, because if he pushes Breach, you've got one player Rafters and then one player on the cash side. You're just going to be walking into this pinch.
I mean, he knew there was the cross established. They had to try and break it.
I thought he played that really, really well. That was actually just a moment of individual brilliance from BlackRay to clutch that round for Cyclops. Not much more really needs to be said because, again, it was a very stalled out, very slow push, signs of that opening round, but they just managed to make it happen.
I mean, before the pre-execute there, where we saw the util getting dumped in, it just had zero, like almost zero impact, and even the utility that made it past any sort of catch and displaced those on site, they still didn't have the crossfires established to actually find those kills and net those entries. A little bit fortunate though at the end that ultimately, again, great play from BlackRay and a good rotation, but arguably a pretty hard throw there from Elevate, who I'm sure will be frustrated because they did all the hard work up until that point. They pretty much won every mini game. The Rafters hold with the double catch hold up, and despite the breaches ultimately getting opened up, they didn't bleed picks from that either. So they'll put their head down now for the third round, and they rotate to the tertiary of bedroom.
The way I look at it, right, Elevate probably shouldn't be losing that round because not only is it a 1v2 and the one is outside and he doesn't have the diffuser.
Yeah.
So that's just a really, really big round from BlackRay. Now that's a good steal for CAG. So now, okay, you got one on the board. Everyone's a little bit hyped. You saw them before on the player cams. Okay, let's take that momentum now. Let's pick the pace up a little bit. And Sharif on the Deimos, I like that. He had a tough day yesterday. But you got to back yourself in here on day 2. Really, you can't play worse than 111, right? He's already 1 and 2. That's already quite significantly better. His EPS has increased even though he's gone 1 and 2. But there has been good signs from Elevate. They're not doing anything too flashy. They're playing pretty much default defensive siege on Clubhouse. I think they'll be disappointed they couldn't close that previous round out. Now it's all about their mental and how they're able to respond on Gym Bedroom.
Get ready for the breach.
So the Deimos in play here for the third round.
Targets.
And yeah, exactly, 4 marks available. Saw this drone actually from the corner of the screen earlier. Good info in towards Gym here available as well for Cyclops. So information this time around, especially with another 8 drones also available, should be pretty prevalent.
Well, again, look at the time, 90 seconds. So maybe I'm being a little bit pedantic about this, and because it is Clubhouse naturally, but look at what still hasn't been cleared. You haven't even cleared out deployable shield red stairs. You haven't cleared out cash. You're kind of loitering around Jacuzzi. Deathmark onto the Warden of Ion, top red.
If you're structuring for a clear, that's okay, but I haven't really felt that pressure much from the attack just yet.
Well, there's the clear. I'm assuming Sampa must have been over towards cash. There is one bot red stairs. That's a duel Sharif probably didn't want to take on the lower advantage against Ion, but he is starting to feel that pressure. This is where you give it up, make the rotate. Yes, it's a dangerous one. Hello, Tanaton. Oh, just a little bit lackadaisical there. Caught napping.
Oh.
Naka gets a free kill. There's a good chance on the flank from Psycho. Sharif again caught unaware. And Elevate bring it back to a 3 versus 3, a scrappy third round. Naka, though, finds 2 in this round, and Jibitsu falls. No more adrenal surges available from the Finca.
35 seconds then available. BlackRay's presence now known over towards the breach entry. Needs to try and connect with Arcully, but this is going to be a very challenging round with him down below. Will look to try and force his way up main. Psycho flashed out, sees white. Arcully stuck at the barbed wire though, makes it a challenge, but still able to net that kill. And BlackRay on site finds one as well.
Wow.
Ion now in the 1v2.
Can Ion do what BlackRay did in the previous round as he's getting that plant down successfully over towards Jim? 8 seconds on the clock. Doesn't seem like he will be capable of denying. And now into a post-plant scenario. Couldn't hit the shot through the soft wall. He's a swing. Spots him. A chance? No. Good reposition from Arcully. And same for BlackRay. Goes out onto the balcony. Ion will follow and he will fall. That was really his best opportunity. Had to go for broke, but somehow a second attacking round found from CAG. Elevate 2 rounds in a row crumbling late in the round.
Feels like another round going astray there for Elevate. Difficult to assess exactly how Cyclops were able to work that advantage early on in the piece. They did get the opening 2 picks, but despite that, main stairs was still strong in its utility, and that proved to be difficult to clear in combination with the aggression through Con, and that's how Elevate were able to maneuver their way back into the round. But then again, towards the late round, it crumbled a little bit there. Despite the advantage, time also on their side once more, like the previous round, and losing consecutive rounds in a somewhat similar fashion where you feel like you're in a very strong position and you let it slip. That's where the mental starts to get tested quite early on into the map. So we'll see how this half continues to develop as the additional bans are introduced. Cyclops taking the Azami off the board and the ace from Elevate. So that's double hard breach and shield, and I think typically here on Club that's probably what we're going to expect in the new ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised by that, right? Sometimes you can ban, and again, this is kind of the beauty of the new ban system. You can kind of ban map-specific, or you could ban player-specific. You could ban what's hot, you know, what's something that's really disrupting us, or something that we're struggling to deal with, like belt cams or whatever it may be.
I guess the only alternative selection to me that has definitely been prevalent thus far would maybe be the Mav, but it doesn't look like Cyclops are even leaning into that here for the 4th round. It is basement, obviously, but when we go up above, expect that map to return.
Well, it's been a strange old start here for Clubhouse. 3 rounds in, somehow CSG 2-1 up. It feels like if you were to kind of have a lead tracker throughout the minutes played in each round, Elevate's probably been winning like 70% of the minutes, and then the last 30% has all gone CSG. But it's the more important 30%. These late round scenarios, this could be somewhat rushy. Anderton deep on the blitz in towards Dirt. They do have the Sens available. So
one player basement. If they get the read here and they hit fast enough, it should work.
Sebra, of course, could transfer himself back down into basement on the scope horse. There was this shell down there. Maka can, of course, delay with the Vulcan canister. Capital employed. I think this is. Are they just rushing through the fire? How has Sharif just died? He surely didn't rush through that.
Well, Simple would have been above, right? So Sharif is just soloing somewhere, maybe?
Yeah, maybe like a solo entry, but you've got a dirt stack.
Elevator clued in now. Like, this push isn't not going to work.
I mean, maybe this is a case of CSG just don't know how to take basement. Because, and also, this is a really good example. Anaton typically on Montaigne would probably be more aggressive at that doorway from Dirt leading into Arsenal, because he can just sit there and he can hold with the extended shield, but with the Blitz can't quite do that as much, so he's a little bit hesitant. You know, Frostmat probably puts an end to this round for CSG. They are beaten up and wounded.
Yeah, I like the castle pick here from Elevate. You combo that with the Goyo as we saw Dirt, and that was a big piece of utility to really aid them in this round and slow down the push, and then the game sense and the calling from the team to adjust accordingly. Iron with a nice pick over towards main to catch Jibisu. As Black Ray, as noted before, did hit that Frostmat, so he's going to be stalled out for the remainder of the round with the debuff. Everybody from Cyclops lit to some extent. But we have seen Elevate in the previous 2 rounds lose very favourable positions, so don't count Cyclops out. Well, just yet.
No, I've already
you can at this point.
I've already written it in.
I
already wrote it down too.
No, that's okay. This is definitely unlosable now.
As good as Black Ray has been so far, 6-1 up until that point. Yeah, not going to be clutching that and Elevate respond. So 2-2 start.
Oh, that was crispy.
Did you just crack?
I just cracked open a cold one on the beach stream.
You might have,
have that kind of vibe.
You might have to confirm what a cold one means.
It is
a soft drink.
It is a sugary drink.
Sugary soft drink.
Don't know if I can mention the brand name, but
maybe they sponsor us.
It was non-alcoholic, I can confirm.
Well, I mean, like, so far we've seen 4 rounds played. The 2 rounds won by Elevate have been incredibly comfortable on basement. Outside of that and upper floors, they've looked a little bit more shaky on their defensive holds, especially later in the rounds. That's probably the best way to summarize what we've seen thus far. 2 more rounds to go, and we will end up above as well. So that's it for Elevate in terms of their basement defensives.
The location of a bomb.
Which is probably good news if you're CAG, because they have not looked even remotely likely of taking Church Arsenal in the first 2 looks. And again for Sharif, 1-4 means he's now 2-15 to begin reload, which is again just staggering because he was sensational in Boston.
Yeah, from what I understand, his mouse issue has something to do with it was like just not working. Like the left click
his
completely
mouse was
busted or
working, and then he like unplugged it, and then he wanted to quickly do something and put it back in, and ever since then it hasn't worked.
So does that mean he's now on a new mouse for the remainder of the event? Because I mean, to an extent, to be fair, that can be quite disruptive if you're having.
I mean, yeah, if you want to be super down on it, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know if playing on a different mouse is the reason why you're 2-15. Like, I can give you 10, 15, 20% difference, right? Maybe you're not going to play at your absolute peak. You're not quite, you know, that 110%.
Reload!
Now, Psycho over towards Garage. And he's feeling the pressure. Drops over towards Oil. He can rotate off very nicely. Streep onto the Glaz now. But the Glaz is not really helped by the rest of this lineup. He is very much just kind of have to be a solo. He's got the 2 smokes available for himself. Outside of that, not too much else to play with. Maybe the Grimbees, if they can dislodge someone, he can play off of that, but...
I mean, surely this setup should be much more conducive to the garage clear. It's a singular catch.
I mean, you got
no
the
Azami.
You can. I think eventually the goal will be get Shareep onto the Rafters position, and then look inward towards side. But
You could also stack in main breach, but I mean, he is posturing garage.
he's still got Ion there though. And I think this is something that CAG have to probably work on, is the way that they are far more decisive with their decision making. It feels like we're watching them think through these rounds and think way too slowly. Shareep, by the way, did clear out the Jaeger on Rafter, so that's a big win, even though they did lose Arkali. But they've got to start giving themselves more time in these rounds. I want to see Shareep already in this position with a minute 15.
Rafter's drone just confirming it's not a double stack, and they'll take that ground. Ultimately, probably shaping up for a default here. Take the diffuser through Rafters, cover from main breach, maybe put a second player on the vent window as well. Psycho with a decent read over towards pool table, maybe seeing if he can capture something, but I doubt it.
There's no pressure on the con side, so for Elevate, they can sit top red, they can sit cash, look in towards server.
The plant denial here from Elevate is not particularly strong. It's just the singular nitro.
Yeah, 2 actually making their way over through con, and outside, Romeo actually goes for a big vault over through the CC window. No, he vaults back in towards con. Shareep now helping on out, pulls out the SMG, puts the sniper rifle away, finds the kill onto Romeo, plant down as well. Blackray continues his good form, and only Naka left in a 1 versus 3 post-plant scenario. Does deal with 1, but there's still more to do against Shareep and Blackray, who can certainly play these post-plant positions. They just got to force him to get onto this kit and have to stick it, and easy kill for Shareep. Well, I'll tell you what, that's much better from CAG. Again, they are undefeated on the Attacker Club. Outside of basement, they're looking much, much better in these upper floor positions. Question marks for Elevate as to why can they not translate their very solid and compact defense that we see on Church Arsenal to the upper floors?
I think if I had to pick a round so far at this event that highlights the differences in the old to new ban phase, operator ban phase, I would probably highlight that one, because taking the Azami off the board, which Cyclops did post round 3, completely shifted the game plan there for Elevate in that round, because they didn't have the Rafters hold with the Azami, and we saw the Jaeger fall quite freely. It also didn't help in terms of having the additional cover in the backline for Cash. They then shuffled other operators as a result, and their plant denial was weak within the singular nitro. So there's kind of that cascade effect in that round with the Azami being taken off the board. So good adaptation and good read there from Cyclops. They get rewarded by playing a pretty clean default execute there in round number 5. And certainly thrust some life into a match that really did not have much in it at the start, let's be real. Cyclops were, and still are to an extent, playing quite slow on these attacks.
But at least, I mean, who cares, really?
At least the mistake minimization has improved.
Better for Shareep as well. He gets 3 huge kills in that round, placed the Glaz very nicely, and more importantly, it was that opening pick onto Ion to clear out Rafters. That really enables that particular round for CAG. They knew what they kind of wanted to do, and they were able to do it because of that pick. So that's a good welcome back sign for Shareep. So final round of this half, Elevate will be very disappointed, even at 3-3. And defense on Club, really, you've got to be aiming for those 4 rounds, and now they're incapable of achieving that.
Device positioned.
And I definitely don't think, you know, you look at the numbers here for Elevate, like, at an individual level, no one is really bottoming out. It's really sort of a team effort. Blackray, that's a big loss. Kit over towards that CCTV breach, 8-3 as well. Blackray has been sensational in this match. And they're going to have to win without him now.
Elevate only winning the 2 defensive rounds against Furia
Let's call some chaos.
in that previous matchup, where they got 3 total.
Admittedly, CIG is a little bit on a different level, of course, than to Furia.
So you would expect them to win more defensive rounds.
Exactly.
And they should be on at least 3.
Now.
At least 3, if not 4.
I mean, again, these are the rounds you've got to put away. And I think that if you were to kind of go back and look at a lot of these rounds for Elevate, probably a case of they should have, could have, but they haven't. Anderton probably should have died there. Alive on 1 HP, but it won't take much to eliminate him. Single volley shot. He hits the headshot, though, onto Naka. But elsewhere, they did lose Arcully, who was low on the Maverick. Anderton, though, incredibly low. Waiting for this push. Needed to hit a headshot onto Psycho, who is low from that duel. I was going to say just about maybe still winnable, but probably not now. Chibitsu, to be fair, Romeo, Psycho, both very low. Something to consider as the pipe gets blown out. Chibitsu expecting to be flanked. He knows he's outnumbered and outgunned. Gets the headshot, a clean one of that onto Psycho. And the BPC, a nuisance, but he can deal with it with that one final frag grenade. And this is where you've got to just calm down. 50 seconds. He's got to get that comms from the team. Hey, you got 50 seconds. You've got time. You've dealt with the BPC. Slow it down.
He has info too.
Yellow ping, he can play. Their ping will come through. He knows he's right there. Oh, but maybe paid it in. Did get the kill onto the Jaeger, but did not matter because the line of sight was covered. Elevate. Tie things up 3-3 at the half.
Very important for Elevate to be able to close that round out, especially with another advantage that could have slipped away. Certainly at least one more round in that half that they should have won, if not a second. If it had have totaled to 3, I think the mental would have been really, really tested. So they do a good job in evening out the half, and we set ourselves up for an entertaining second as we get the additional bans for said half. Maverick off the board, so an operator that Cyclops leaned heavily into will be taken out for the next 6 rounds. Kai defensively, again, pretty expected here on Clubhouse. And they double down with the electricity. Bandit also off the board. Double hard breach once more also eliminated. Did take until the additional ban to see that come through last time. Does mean that shields will be fully available. Not entirely sure, I don't have the intel as to whether or not Elevate are going to lean into that. Probably going to be a little bit more site-specific, but they do tease the blitz for this first round as we go down below.
Initiate jammer. Activate jammer.
I think 3-3 is a pretty fair scoreline, all things considered. I think also CIG would have happily taken 3 attacking rounds coming into this game. Both teams 2 bullets on the line. Don't want to go with the must-win territory. It's only day 2, but truthfully, with the way that this format and system works, it really does go a long way if you win this, and pretty much puts you, I think with it, maybe almost a chance of being eliminated as early as tomorrow, depending on how many bullets you do kind of want to put in the chamber.
Yeah, I feel there's a bit of a discussion in the green room before today as to how much importance today ultimately does have. I think the opinions are somewhat mixed. I think it's more so a case of losing here is not completely devastating, but makes you,
You're a long way
you'll be put in a
back.
bit of an uncomfortable position. You're not going to complain if you win because it sets yourself up with a nice platform for the remainder of
There is the caveat. I was talking about this in the green room as well. If you kind of finish today low seeding, you get to pick your team tomorrow, and then you can kind of pick, quote unquote, one of the other bad teams, and then you can just put all your bullets on the table in that matchup.
But if you're playing bad Siege, it's not going to save you.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Still need to be competitive and confident. Blitz through Con.
I'm reloading.
GPC to play first contact. Up close now. Could get caught. Romeo taken low, but still survives. And in doing so, allows Ion to come alongside and sweep up that pick. So clean clear initially here from Elevate.
To be fair, I think these are the rounds Elevate are going to need to win, because I imagine CIG is going to ban out a third hard breacher once we get through halfway in this half. If you're going to ban out 2, you kind of have to go all the way, no?
I mean, they'll either do that or they'll ban out one of the shields if these continue to be a problem.
Could do that. Not ideal to lose Chibitsu, but in fairness, the Goyo job kind of done with Vulcan canisters pre-placed.
I would be very intrigued, though, to see an ace ban.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if we saw the triple hard breach ban on that other club game. Double check. Doesn't look like it. The most we got was double hard breach, so it would be a world first. Triple hard breach ban on club.
Well, speaking of hard breaches, Naka's actually just copped a, I think it's C4.
Oh no, actually we did see Team Secret did it yesterday.
Oh, okay. The diffuser has been recovered. Naka, though, will not be recovered. It's a jump out from Sharif on the Mozzie. But Romeo was actually there to keep himself shielded. Was also able to reacquire the diffuser and keeps the advantage with Elevate heading into the final 40 seconds of this round. Still somewhat winnable. I mean, Romeo is very low. Has got someone pushing behind him, bot main stairs. Anderton, no more diffuser for no more Nitrocell for him. Blackray does have one available over towards Arsenal. But it's this contact fight with Arcali. If he does stay over towards Moto, he rotates off, senses pressure. Hatch opened up above. Anderton just trying to hold on towards triple and just try and keep this blitz at bay.
Pipe explodes and just makes this path forward for Romeo a little bit more challenging. Takes more damage underneath that shield. And with 10 seconds to go, they are forced forward.
Oh, you've got to get this kill.
Oh!
Anderton able to get it. He was so low. Headshot onto Psycho as well. Leaves Ion with no time remaining.
Wow.
Stalled out push for Elevate meets their demise as CAG hold on despite being at a man deficit for the vast majority of that round. And they retake a lead, 4-3 lead, and a good start on the defense. And so far, well, Basement is proving to be, of course, the defensive stronghold of Clubhouse.
Can't say definitively if the environmental elements there had a significant impact, but it felt like it may have.
It had an impact.
It felt like a little bit.
Yeah. It definitely was noticeable. It wasn't like you could just ignore
I think they could have maybe exploded the pipe a little bit later. Those flames don't last all that long, and so the timing may have been a little bit off. But nonetheless, it did just build a little bit more pressure and a little bit more area denial for Cyclops to play around. And
it's better than nothing. That's the way I would look at it. Like, I'm not putting a huge influence on it, like or impact, but it's either nothing or something. Gym bedroom to follow here in the 8th round.
Bomb located by attackers.
I mean, this is a round in which actually Elevate themselves are only going to bring, or at least so far, the one hard breacher. And that's the other thing to consider as well. Like, if you do go for that third heart ban, whether it's the Habana or the Ace,
double shield,
you can always then
triple shield.
Bring the shield, and with that, you can bring tin can openers as well with the secondary hard breaches. So you can find avenues to get. It's not as if you've got no hard breaches, you can't get into the the map.
They are just running the solo ace hard breach though. So I do wonder what the play will ultimately be.
Yeah, I
maybe
mean,
look to flood main, drop Moto. Not Moto, drop
the main thing here for Elevate is you've got to get Jacuzzi. Jacuzzi's the main breach that has to be opened up in this round. Is that even... It's not even... Is that reinforced? No.
Yeah, it is.
It is? Okay. Oh my god. It was like so zoomed out that I couldn't see the red little...
You got that boomer vision. Pushing 40.
To be fair, I'm sitting quite away from the TV from this thing.
Did you pack your glasses?
I got my contacts.
Ah.
I might need to update them.
Might need to rinse them out.
Anderton gets a pretty little peek. Oh, and he spots the second shield as well, right at the very end.
Here is a drop already.
Yeah, it's quick from Psycho. Is it a little too quick, though, from Elevate? They pick the pace up. One of the faster pace rounds that we've seen. Pistol out, not ready for it. Anderton, though, did hit the headshot, but he gave a really, really solid opportunity over to Psycho, but it is still CAG winning out the vast majority of the battles. The triple shield setup not proving to be beneficial for Elevate thus far.
Yeah, credit to Cyclops in dealing with that initial pressure early on in the round, and Sharif able to collect Romeo.
5-3.
Ion on an island. A lot of time to work with. Blackray, Sharif, both low, or at least damaged.
I mean, not over yet. Ion's on the Blackbeard, and I think you got a 90-second window on a Blackbeard, and Blackray's on 1 HP. Yep. So it's like a solid... Oh, never mind.
Well, I was going to mention the impact too, but I didn't think it was going to do that much damage. I think it hit the pipe, and that's what did more damage onto him. So destructible environments, they're game-changing.
The CRG are also making the most of it so far on Clubhouse. They go 5-3 up, and with that, Elevate recall themselves a timeout. They need this. A talk-over moment. It's been the Blackray show, and also the return of Sharif, which is proving to be, I think, a really big difference maker for this CAG roster. It goes without saying. He's one of their better mechanically, if not their most mechanically gifted player. And for Elevate, look, it's hard to be insanely critical for Elevate so far in this match. I think they've done some really good things. I think they've actually done probably better than the scoreline even suggests. And the reason why I say that is in the first half, rounds 2 and 3 that Elevate ended up winning up above,
They were throws.
they were throws.
Yeah.
So realistically, we should be looking at like a 4-4 kind of scoreline maybe right now. This game is a little closer than a 5-3, but at the end of the day, you've got to finish off the job when it's there to be done, and that's what Elevate now need to do coming out of the timeout.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see the tertiary site performance here from Elevate and if they can crack that. And then maybe they can build a bit of momentum off the back of the additional ban, potentially.
I mean, this round's so important coming out of attack. You've got to be able to win this.
Absolutely must
Make it 5-4. Otherwise, you're 6-3 down. It's going to be very difficult to find 3 attacking rounds in a row. So they change things up dramatically again. They'll bring the Sens this time onto Semper, Montang onto Psycho.
What's the play going to be, though? Because much like we saw from Cyclops into Elevate, reversing roles now, but a similar lineup to that first defense with a double catch in the Azami.
You can't go Garage. If you're going to play the Montang, it's too slow approach going into a Jaeger Azami combo. I just genuinely would be surprised. And you got Wamai as well, as you said, with double catch. So that Montang has to probably go con. Or you can even bully red stairs.
I get the impression they are going to try and...
You're going to think they're going to try and overwhelm Garage.
Force them onto Garage. To try and negate the util game and do their best to completely ignore it. I wonder what the sense play is going to be, though. Maybe to cut off line of sight to Garage in assistance
you can get the
of that.
Sens on the CC window, throw an ROU through the server racks and block off that line of sight from Cash. Garage is too hot, surely. It's a good setup for CAG.
If they make this work, I'll be very, very intrigued to see how they do it.
Thatch is interesting, though. I mean, maybe they might be thinking of... I'm actually not sure exactly what the idea is. The beauty of the new ban system, though, we see some different adaptations. Yeah, pretty decent and quick work from Elevate on the main breach as well.
I was just about to say no one's actually playing Garage, but yeah, Sharik makes his way up now. Hasn't invested a lot of keep a barrier utility though here, unless it's been cleared. Has one in pocket and a second of regen in a moment's time. There you can see one on the door. Psycho is posturing though for this Garage hit. Maybe the rest of the team is going to rotate elsewhere. I'm very intrigued to see how they're going to try and make this work.
And Semper, whether it's CC or whether it's main breach, the RU does the same thing. It doesn't matter which side you kind of throw it from.
Does Psycho distract and Semper goes for util and they try and plant close breach or something? That could also be a play.
Not. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. Oh, I mean, it works. If you just
they just go deep.
Kills. Yeah, Anderson was probably not anticipating that. They've just walked straight into the site and destroyed everybody. That is an absolutely swift attack from Elevate.
I feel like we were trying to decode exactly what the
I felt like maybe we
was,
just overthought it. Elevate would just like Zerg, go site, kill everyone, and we're like that meme with the guy on the board where he's like connecting all the dots. We're figuring out what they're going to do, and they just walk into the site and kill everyone. I mean, whether or not that was actually the sort of main intention, we don't know. But I mean, I think CAG just caught probably sleeping. I think even from CAG's perspective, they're probably not anticipating that.
They're probably going through a similar process to what we were and trying to decode it.
They've got a Monty, they've got a Sens, they're going to try and do this, they're going to, try and push Garage.
Yeah.
Really? I mean, that's much better from Elevate. That's probably the best round that we've seen from them, I think, outside of maybe the opening round. 5-4 scoreline, out of the tactical timeout. That's really well executed. Unfortunately, though, we go back down to basement. And I say unfortunately for Elevate's perspective, because so far this site has not been won by an attacking team.
And they need to attack it with Habana off the board. So trip hard breach. Opening hatches now is going to be a real pain. I think it very much leans itself into being a dirt blue kind of hit.
You got to bring secondary openers now, don't you?
I would imagine so.
Which, to be fair, considering there's no Kaid on the board, it actually should be relatively easy to just get the secondary hard breaches to open up some of those hatches.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of the util management.
And that's actually a really good kind of counter strategy from Elevate. Like, if they're going to ban our hard breaches, we're going to just ban their wall denial.
Yeah. That being said, it does look like Cyclops will employ a roam.
So they've got the 2 on the Capital, and they've got the ace. And that should be enough. Considering there's no Kaid, there's probably not a whole heap of pressure. Depends on how extensive any potential roam does come from.
Oh, they rotate below anyway.
From CAG, and I was going to say, I don't think this is a roam-looking lineup. I wonder how much fire damage. Does that do the same amount as the bulk canister fire? Like in terms of tick damage?
I don't know the exact value. It is a bit of a punch. And there's different damage values for when you stand in the initial flame and when the flames drop the floor. Yeah. And you can also change the duration of the flame itself depending on how many times you shoot it. So there's a couple of different factors at play. Like, if you absolutely had to run through it, you could. It's not the end of the world, but assuming you're on 100 HP or more. So early utility then from the smoke of Sharip. Elevate identifying that the roam is not in play and so taking ground very quickly through this first floor. Naka has survived and so those secondary hard breach gadgets can get to work as well. Moto opened up and I'm presuming Kitchen as well. So what do they posture for? Is it a default drop? Is it something a little bit different perhaps?
Yeah, I wonder if Romeo might...
Oh.
I was going to say maybe eventually go for a dirt side push, but...
You got to catch him. You got to catch him. As he looks to run over towards short. How have they not done that? I don't know if there's counter utility, but they have the line of sight to watch this. That's a big mistake from Elevate.
Like whoever was supposed to watch that wasn't watching it.
He's still there. Wait, he got out. He went to Arsenal. No, wait, guys.
Yeah, no one was watching it.
Yeah, damn.
So Semper was following Romeo on the blitz down bot main stairs and just wasn't watching.
I think that's one of those moments where you're a green team, you don't have that synergy.
Maybe it's a miscommunication, not quite understanding the role of what you needed to do in that situation, and CAG benefit from it.
To be fair, Sharip played it incredibly aggressive, which is atypical, but
yeah,
still.
He's got no gas waves remaining either on the smoke coat, so he's kind of job done. 40 seconds remaining for Elevate now.
Nitro and Yokai for Denial with 40 seconds. Cyclops are in a
They're
good
not going to
position.
get an opportunity either to abuse Kitchen, open up floorboards, try and find a pick. This is just going to have to be a rush. Good information as well from the Echo drone. 30 seconds. It's kind of that drop push. A lot of faith now into Romeo. He needs to do something really big on the blitz. Guys like Semper need to kind of swing and get headshot clears. It's the only way they're going to win this round. He
has no read though. And Cyclops not presenting any opportunity. Oh, as I say that, GBC does fall.
Oh, and another kill as well. There is that headshot from Semper. Blackberry does answer back, but they're starting to lose numbers. Remember, Sharip, no gas babes, very low on health as well. Big kill onto Naka, and while this plant is going down, Semper the only one with a gun up, and he loses that battle to Anaton. And the Echo drone does spot exactly where that plant is. Red ping information, teams can just watch that drone, and it's as easy as you like in the post plant for CAG. Scrappy, yes. Round win, yes. 6-4, CAG, match point. Massive from Anaton on the Echo. I mean, that's actually some really good mechanical play. Using that drone, but also having to kill people because everyone else on your team is dying. So he's having to switch between both POVs.
I mean, he got a massive 2K there at the end of the round.
Yeah.
Getting the pick blue and then second close. As both of those defenders were stacked together, he had have died there, and I think the round most certainly would have flipped.
Yep.
But good groundwork there from the man who's been under the spotlight, or under the microscope perhaps for all the wrong reasons. Sharip there at the opening portion of that round with the smoke on main was a big difference maker.
Well, he shouldn't have been alive at the end there.
Absolutely not. Should have been immediately traded.
Yeah, strange old round. 13 and 5 for Blackray. Anaton played that round incredibly well. Sharip is back. Chibitsu and Arkali only the two, obviously really going negative. Anaton technically, but playing very, very well. For Elevate, 2 opportunities now. Otherwise, they will find themselves down to 3 bullets going into day 3.
Do we take much out of this in terms of the APL story? Or?
Yeah, I mean, that's the other consideration. We mentioned it in the very short pre-show that we had.
It is a close BO1, so
yeah,
I'll answer the question myself. Not really, but
yeah, not really.
It's still interesting.
It's the beginning of a new relationship for
could
Elevate.
Could be a potential future rivalry. Who knows?
Yeah. The real question is, would the old Elevate roster beaten CAG?
I don't know if that's a can of worms we want to open, do we?
I mean, this one's not over yet. And look, I will say, I think this has been pretty even for the most part. Like, you can have 7-4s that are pretty even. I think Elevate will, again, they'll just look back rounds 2 and 3 and think that's...
Should be 6-6.
Yeah.
It should be an OT.
That's the difference maker.
Or it should be even...
Yeah, it could be flipped.
It should be 5-7.
Yeah.
5-6. My math.
Stop mathing. Just stop mathing, guys.
It should be close. Let's just summarize it there.
Gym bedroom. Elevate must win the next 2 rounds. It would be big for CAG, though. Get themselves back up to 6 bullets. So 2 lost yesterday. Potentially 2-1 today. Again, the more bullets you have, you can then reload, which means then you can gain more. So
The rich get richer.
It does. It does go like that. Pace has slowed a little bit in this round. Again, you touched on it before with the Habana, ban affecting potentially that previous round. Well, it really is going to affect this round. You only got the ace. Only 4 drones as well. 90 seconds remaining. So
okay, another pocket play.
Again, it's like it feels like when things aren't working, just pick the pace up and go fast. And sometimes that works for Elevate. In this case, though, Ion is honestly trying to do a little bit too much, way too much. That just seemed like a solo ranked player just going like, I need to try and do something.
We've seen it multiple times now from Elevate on this attacking half.
Yeah, they just it's like when they don't know what to do strategically, they just rush. It worked on that Cash and CCTV site, if you recall. That was impressive.
I don't think the calls are terrible. It's just Cyclops are so tuned in and able to deny him.
Well, this is going to be it. Naka's going to fall in 1v4, and with that, CAG should take this 7-4, and it'll put them back to 6 bullets. For Elevate, they will go down to 3. CAG win the battle of the APAC region here to kickstart the B stream for Reload Day 2. They'll take that win. In the end, 7-4. I wouldn't attach a comfortable label to this matchup, but job done for CAG against their new APAC rival in Elevate.
Yeah, I wonder what that alternate timeline looks like, right? Where Elevate win at least one of those 2 rounds in the first half that they arguably should have.
Now look at the disappointment here for Elevate.
Well, they're probably thinking the same thing.
Well, this is a match they would have been hoping to win.
Absolutely. That's why they put 2 bullets on the line. They probably went in as pretty confident favourites, right?
If you had to only put the 1 bullet in, I mean, and for Elevate against CAG, that's showing a huge sign of weakness. They're very disappointed here, Elevate. Back to the drawing board for them, because from tomorrow onwards, things can get very dicey. They're down to 3 bullets, and look at Naka. He's throwing the towel on the chair. He is absolutely pissed.
He's throwing the towel in, literally.
He is not happy whatsoever. And I mean, even the coach as well. I mean, it's not often you see really too many of those kind of teams animated such as this does, but
yeah,
I don't mind seeing that passion.
No, I love it. I mean, it's only day 2, right? And as we continue to reiterate, it's not do or die, but it now does put Elevate in a rather uncomfortable position, and for Cyclops gives them some breathing room, right? They're probably a little bit relieved at how this match eventuated, and their bullet count now will be looking pretty strong.
For CAG though, I mean, there was a lot of good in there. There was still a little bit of bad. That opening round was really poor.
Yeah.
That was probably their worst round though, so they got that out of the way early. It was also Church Arsenal, so who cares really? Let's be honest. No actual attacking team ended up winning that site. 7-4, CAG, and 15-5 performance from Black Prairie. That was very impressive. And he was the one that was kind of like that fire starter after that, losing that opening round. He then got some big clutches, you think, back to round 2, round 3. Good to see Sharif able to bounce back from yesterday. Seems like the mouse issues no longer. And look, there was some good signs for Elevate. If we want to kind of give them a little bit of credit, I thought Semper was really, really good on his entries. Very good overall. When they actually played to a decent pace, he was the benefactor, right? Semper was the one going in. 5 opening kills in a match where you lost is actually incredibly impressive. You did better than the entire CAG team did for the entire game. He goes 10-7, so half of your kills are entry kills. Very good. Romeo as well, playing a blitz role, goes 10-8. Like, there's some really good signs there for that roster. Unfortunately, Psycho 3-9, bit of a stinker, and overall for the team, it wasn't about the individuals, because the individual stats aren't awful, but didn't seem like they gelled very well.
I think one of the biggest factors was really that triple hard breach. I think threw them off maybe a little bit there towards the tail end of the match. And instead of wanting to play a more structured brand of Clubhouse, understandably to an extent, right? They tried to mix it up. They lean heavily in shields. They're going for more aggressive plays and a rush style of Siege. Cyclops are really clued into that, and to their credit, they actually really thrived in that chaos, which I was quite surprised about, and able to quickly, find those players, identify them, take them down, establish trade opportunities, etc., and it worked out quite well.
Alrighty, well, that's our first matchup of the day concluded. After the break, it's Fnatic and Scarz.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Are you ready for reload?
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Op 4 found a bomb.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Goals 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Real ready for Reload?
With CJX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Op 4 found a bomb.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, A bold new R6 Esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Welcome back, everybody, to the B stream where we actually get some Siege, we actually get some action, and I guess hello to everyone who's waiting on the A stream. Unfortunately for them, some rather severe issues. It's still 4-3 in that Falcons wildcard game, which we got to watch a tiny little speck of it before I think PCs blew up, I don't know what happened.
I don't know, power issue, I don't know.
But I was, we finished our match and I saw the score and I was like, oh wow, Falcons 3-3. I was like, okay, we can watch this. And then, well, we couldn't watch this, and now we get to watch this, which is Fnatic versus Scarz. And very curious for this matchup. Fnatic, I think a team that probably don't have a lot of expectations coming to an event such as this, but realistically, because of their opponents in this match, they really should be walking away with a victory against Scarz if they're going to be serious in EU this year.
Yeah, 3-7 loss for these boys yesterday on Lair against DZ. Ran into Safest, their coach, actually in the hotel lobby prior to this particular matchup. And I mean, I'll just straight up quote him. He said it was cool to mention on broadcast. Like, they are going into this match gunning for the 7-0 flawless bonus. Like, they are super confident for this match. They think they'll be able to take it cleanly. They've been confident in their practice. They've been beating, strong teams in that regard as well heading into this one. So they were particularly impressed with Scarz yesterday, and they're looking to take full advantage.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to this roster, so the two new additions when it comes to Jaxu and Groovy, Jaxu was great yesterday. We actually got to, of course, cast that game for Fnatic, and I thought that he was very impressive, whereas Groovy, it took a little bit to get into. I think he's actually towards the bottom end when it comes to the EPS after day one, but I think a good chance to sort of bounce back, and today's a really good day to do that against a team like Scarz, which they can have their issues when it comes to international events. I feel like for a little bit of time now, this is, again, the epitome of an APAC team that does well in their local region, especially in Japan. Then they go to events, and it's like there's always a little bit of expectation, and they just always fall flat. Yeah,
yesterday was, pretty flat indeed. Only able to capture the one round against Wildcard on Chalet, and most notably not winning a single attack, the side in which they started. Guess how many entries they had in that first half?
None.
4.
Oh, really?
And they did not win a single attack. So it goes to show that their mid to late round has been the trend for a couple of these APAC teams at this event thus far, has been weak, and they'll be looking to improve that today.
That's interesting, because that's the contrast to the first match we just had, where Elevate were much better on the entries, but it was CAG that were able to be far better in the late round, right? So I think for Scarz, that's something that they would probably want to look to and say, okay, can we do a little bit of that, improve our late round scenarios? And in terms of, I guess, the expectation for Scarz in a matchup like this, I know that I kind of penned it that for Fnatic, and you mentioned it perfectly after speaking to Safest, that they want to win this and win it comfortably. Scarz need to at least be super competitive in this match. Like, they can't have another 7-1 scenario.
No, absolutely not, because it's going to put their backs against the wall. Let's have a look at the map veto for this particular matchup, and it will be Skyscraper in the end. And to follow on with the flawless storyline, where do you want to be for Skyscraper? Where do you want to start? You want to be on defense, and that's exactly where Fnatic will be. So they are in prime position to get off to that perfect start and set themselves up for attack. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think that for Fnatic beginning on the defense of Skyscraper, that's going to be very difficult for Scarz. And I actually am very curious for this map, why? The new ban system. Yeah, Skyscraper is the kind of map that if you ban out a certain couple of operators, you could make it very difficult for either the attack or the defense, but I think more importantly, the attack.
Yeah, I mean, naturally, one of the most unforgiving maps on attack, given the nature of Skyscraper and its structure. It's so difficult to get map control. Big prevalence on window entries. Hard breach is a challenge at times, and so we'll see how many teething issues Scarz have in this matchup. Again, to reiterate, in that 1-7 loss against Wildcard, where they started out on attack, they won 4 of 6 entries. So the early round for them was actually quite solid on a map where map control maybe perhaps can come a little bit easier. Skyscraper, though, may not be that case, and I think Fnatic were definitely going to go with the approach of probably looking to bunker down, playing that utility, not give away anything for free. And again, going in with the expectation or the hope that they can have a dominant victory here today. Gunning for that 7-0 for those perhaps unaware. There is a passive card on the table. If you are able to get that flawless dub, you do get an additional couple of bullets, which will really kickstart them for the last couple of days, right?
Yeah, and speaking of the bullets as well, both teams putting up 2, which I think is the right mindset that you have to have if you are Scarz, because naturally, the way that I look at this bullet system, it's almost like a game of chicken. Like, if you only put the 1 up, you're almost mentally conceding defeat before the match has even started. I know it's really just about minimizing the risk, but for me, it's like if I was going into it saying, okay, we're only going to put up 1 bullet and we're playing Fnatic, it's like, well, are we really backing ourselves in? That to me already is like pre-match already saying, we do not back ourselves to beat this team. So for Scarz, you've got to obviously put the 2 bullets on the line and say, yeah, we're going to give ourselves the best opportunity to win this match. But it does mean, of course, the higher the reward, or the higher the risk. Scarz attacking first, and obviously we saw yesterday and all the APAC teams struggling on the attack, and trust me, on this map as well, like you thought attacking on Chalet for APAC teams was tricky. Skyscraper can be virtually almost impossible, and Deepak opens up the account in the way in which you kind of framed it before, Guz. Fnatic are here to demolish Scarz. It's an early peak, it's an early kill, it's a great start, you get rid of Wreck, and again, for Scarz attacking on this map, now down already a player, and your systems are already out of whack. You're losing so much utility from that striker. That's the whole point of the striker, is that utility and what it brings to these rounds. Not a good start for Scarz.
I wasn't entirely sure where Fnatic going to double down and bunker down a turtle and really force the clear, or perhaps maybe get in their face and aggress, try to find the entry and then double down from that. Appears to be the latter thus far, at least in the opening round. With Wreck falling, as you mentioned, it is going to make life increasingly challenging here for Scarz, who have lacked confidence on attack at this event in the limited play time that we have seen thus far. Utility dump here from Fishlake, as Groovy elsewhere finds a second. So Agator's utility proving to be unimpactful. And from this point onwards, very much a Fnatic round to lose.
I've already written it down 1-0.
You already written it down?
Yeah. 90 seconds left, 5v3. You don't have the Capital anymore, so the dislodge potential in terms of on-site positions is, well, down to basically just Fishlake on the Ying, who has no Candela, so no, never mind. They have nothing left. Besides, they have literally nothing yet. They've got no Grimpies, they've got no Ying, and well, the Ying is now dead anyway, courtesy of Jax here. This is the perfect start for Fnatic, right? And if you go into a match with that mindset that you mentioned from talking to Sathers, where we want to 7-0 this, you got to back it up in the server, and the rounds themselves need to be dominant.
Yeah.
And this is a tremendous start for Fnatic, and there's a couple of reasons why, but the main one I kind of want to get to is that they are aggressive here on the defense. Skyscraper is the kind of map, it's very easy to just sit back, play sight, force them to have to clear, peel back that defense, force them back from choke point to choke point. But Fnatic just said, we're going to go straight at them immediately. Started with Deepak with the spawn kill, and the rest started to follow suit. That is a very, very good start from Fnatic. You can always kind of look at it and say, well, they're just playing Scarz, it's just one round, but you can only play what's in front of you, and you can only play the one round that you've played. But that was perfect for Fnatic. Play like that, and they very well could get 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, when Sathas mentioned it to me this morning, I kind of raised an eyebrow a little bit, right? Like, I do expect Fnatic to do well today and to win the match, but a 7-0 never really crossed my...
Hey, shoot for the stars, you may land on the moon.
It's not bad from you. I know you didn't create that line, but there's the context. Yeah, I mean, it's worth being ambitious. It's worth being ambitious,
right? It's the mindset.
I mean, he wasn't like saying it in a way that was like overconfident or cocky or anything. They were just, you know, confident in their ability.
I think it's just about setting a goal, right? And the expectation of the match for them as a team is like, from coach to players, players to coach, that we want to win this, and we want to win this quite significantly. If it ends up being a 7-1 or a 7-2, it's not as if I'm going to go to walk away. I'm like, damn, we didn't get the flawless.
Well, Scarz were on the receiving end of the most dominant scoreline in day one. That's 7-1. We didn't see a 7-0 yesterday. So there's every world in which we could potentially see that.
And Wildcard backing up as well today against Falcons and being competitive in that match. No idea if it's even restarted or what's going on there anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Wildcard looked good. I think last I checked it, they're still in the pause. Oh no, they're back in.
They're back in.
Yep.
I was actually getting to the point where I was thinking maybe we might end up finishing the Fnatic Scarz game before the Falcons Wildcard game on the A stream would finish, but
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really good start from Fnatic. As much as I've praised that opening round, you can't play like that every round. Because then it becomes too predictable for Scarz. They'll be ready for it. They'll watch the jump outs. They'll be a little bit more hesitant when they're pushing into the building, etc. They'll wait for Fnatic to kind of come to them, and then you look to punish off that. So this is where Fnatic need to make sure they're very versatile on the defensive Skyscraper. Sometimes you sit back, sometimes you push, sometimes you allow them to take position, but then you go for the counterattack. And Groovy very much will be looking for a bit of a response today after not the greatest start on the new roster. Really was impressed with Jaxu though. 2 nitro cells available. Groovy had his in hand. But you can already see there's 0 map control for Scarz right now. Skyscraper is just, it always feels like a battle of a couple of parts. The main one, can you get into the building?
Yeah, not really any fault of Scarz, to be fair. Really just the structure of the map. util dump over towards Terrace.
Yeah, that's a good swing from Scarz. I mean, that's good timing. Here's the repel, gets the sound cue. Groovy did lose his life. 1 for 1.
Pretty good trade though. Mute for Thermite.
That's a big pick though for Gator and Scarz. Needed that because all the momentum early on has been with Fnatic, and for a very brief moment now, Scarz have actually got some themselves.
Well, we've hyped up the 7-0. I tell you what, if they throw it in round 2,
yeah, that's the mini game to follow through here for Fnatic. You've set the tone early. You've got to back it up inside of the server. First round was great. So far, second round, well, Scarz have got themselves into a better position. Close contact here for Rek, and he's able to find that kill through the breach. And Jeg's completely just caught napping there. I mean, that's just zero awareness. Did get a trade back, though. Makes it a 2-on-3, and already that 7-0 that Fnatic wanted under threat 30 seconds into the second round. Down to Scarz and Jaxu.
30 seconds then on the clock. Can Scarz break this down? They have a decent amount of utility available from Gator to try and flush out these positions, try to gain info.
And I don't think Jaxu and Scarz can really play off of each other here. Got to play for them for their own lives. Into red time. Good headshot from Scarz, and Jaxu able to do exactly the same. Leaves only Fishlight remaining. Jaxu continuing his good work from yesterday. Fnatic able to just get through that round. A little sigh of relief there if you say this, and a couple of pats on the back, and yeah, better. But you know what? It's two distinctively different rounds. Fnatic in the first round, flawless, amazing, did everything perfect. Second round, got tested. But they dealt with that test pretty comprehensively towards the end. Scarz unable to break through the defense of Fnatic through the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, Grim with a stack of utility there in the late round, but didn't really land its mark. It didn't spot anything out, didn't zone much, I don't believe, either. And so those remaining defenders from Fnatic able to sit in the back line, comfortable positions. And with time dwindling, Scarz forced the brute force, sprint in, gun down, making life rather comfortable in the end there for Fnatic in a round that certainly was more dicey than the opener. Tertiary though now in play. This is where the defense naturally on any map will be tested arguably the most, none more so really here on Skyscraper, an objective that is significantly more difficult to defend than the other two.
Yeah, and I think with the Montang ban as well, Scarz are not going to be able to bully like the Black Stairs position on the top floor where you want to get that vert when it comes to barbecue and kitchen. So I think that's something Scarz are going to have to deal with. They don't bring a blitz, which you kind of could if you wanted to. You want to get that T-Room karaoke control. Not too sure whether or not the Kaid in the Izami affects this particular side as much, but the Izami is a significant ban, of course, for the defenders. I feel like Fnatic, though, are going to continue to play in a fashion where they're going to poke and prod at certain times. Now, it might be a little slow for them defensively in the first 40, 50 seconds, and then they'll go mid-round, see if they can get a pick. Right now, it's just that onion defense, peel back, you put up a front position on one side of the map, and then continue to just force their way back slowly towards T-Room karaoke. Deepak will be one to watch on the Solus, though.
Yeah, you can continue to lurk on this bot floor, try to deal with utility. Believe that's both shock drones now dealt with. So defensively, that's quite a large win. Helps protect some of the remaining util. Bandit batteries, mid jammers, alamines to an extent as well.
Well, information is going to be key on a site like this, when it's a kind of multi-layered floor. And down to 5 drones remaining. A little bit of posturing out the window. Again, I think Scarz are sensing, okay, it's that 90-second mark. We're probably expecting Fnatic to want to try and do something here. And go for a peek, go for a swing. Be aggressive. Hold towards the mezzanine. Scarz just posturous.
Ooh.
And a Nitrosol does come flying on through from Groovy. Jake's now on a bit of an island here after losing that deployable shield. Can't just make a free cross back because of that doorway. May need some help. Groovy may be offering some, but Washoy does win that battle. And Jake's eventually on that island will fall, and Scarz have made their way through drums. There's a kill. Yes, indeed. It's a freebie for Scarz, but couldn't actually get the kill. But hey, there's one down below. How about that? 1.5 basically. Washoy down for the count. Could get the revive, but surely Scarz should finish the job from below. May even find himself a third. But no, only the flush. There was one there over towards drum. That's Fish like half health. And just again, when it feels like Scarz are getting themselves in the rounds, there's an answer back from Fnatic.
Yeah, provided Fnatic don't expose themselves to vert, they are in a strong position to be able to lock out this round pending Scarz finding an opening. Probably most likely horizontally, but a lack of info here could prove costly, and they're 2 drones up. I doubt they've got much of a read.
You got the full top control, but nothing in terms of first floor. As you said, nothing horizontal, nothing in terms of a pinch. And even as soon as you make a step towards that hatch, it's being watched. You now know that the hatch drop is no longer a viable option. Aya Gator in a great position towards bar. Yeah, there's nothing that Scarz can do now. So as soon as there's a bit of contact made on that hatch, it's like we can't hatch drop now. It's being watched. If we all just kind of double drop together, we're just going to die. And then at that point, Sushi Stairs is being watched as well. So now where's your rotate path to site? You've got top floor. You fought for that. It's a 3v3, but there's 20 seconds left. Now what do we do? And that's the issue there for Scarz. Really, really well played from Fnatic. You couldn't have probably started better in this match. It's a swift 3-0 to begin and into the next ban phase.
Sykes as well with the 4K in that round, so shout out to him. Did a good job to open things up, provide support in the mid to late round as well. Probably a little bit fortunate with the drop down to find that pick onto, I think it was Rack, but nonetheless a solid performance. Additional bans come through, Ace, Mirror respectively, not really standing out as being particularly unusual. Tactical time out called then from Scarz. Looking to recover in the back half of their attack after seeing these initial setups from Fnatic. Haven't been particularly inspired, though. Arguably close in that second round, but Fnatic in the backline were strong over towards Office. Rounds 1 and 3, though, rather one-sided towards the Europeans.
Well, there's spoilers on the A stream as well. I'll give you 5 seconds. Down to 3, 2, and then 1. But Burrito's just pulled off a 1v3 clutch to get themselves match point against Wildcard. Huge round from Burrito on the A stream. Just in case, of course, there's some viewers that maybe switched over to B stream because of the tech delays, weren't aware, etc. But yeah, the A stream game looks like that's potentially coming to an end. May end up being a hard fought.
I mean, if Fnatic keeps speedrunning this, we still might beat them. What's the score then?
3-0. Well, it's 6-4. Sorry, 6-3, I think, over there.
Could beat them.
Need Wildcard to bring it back a little bit. But
Wildcard bring it back. Go OT. Fnatic goes 7-0. Could be close.
Need Scarz though to find a better way to execute late in these rounds. I think obviously the first round you kind of just scrap it. It's just a non-factor, completely flawless. They did nothing. Second round, third round. Little bit better in the early and middle portions of the round, but the late round execution just wasn't there. It was a 2v3 in favor of Scarz in the second round, lost it. 3v3 in the third round, lost it. So they've started to get themselves into better positions and take some of these fights more favorably. But when it comes down to the site itself, they haven't looked close.
The multi-kills as well, killing Scarz. Sarked at the 4K round 3, Jaxu a 3K in round 2. I mean, it was a flawless round to open things up as well for Fnatic, so...
But this is the start that Fnatic would have wanted, because it's one thing to... Oh, that's a wonderful nitro cell from Jaxu on to Choppy here. I had no idea. Quite literally, as soon as he turns the corner, there's a nitro cell already in his face. He knows he's dead the minute he sees it, and it blows up right on him. And that is a thermite that I do not believe actually got VIP wall opened up, Guz. I'm pretty certain he set the exothermic, and he never blew it. Well done, Observer. I'm not sure who's observing on the B stream today, but...
Medics, I believe.
It's Medics.
That's why it's so good.
It's the #1 obs in EU, I keep saying it.
You wouldn't get this back home in Australia with Sky, that's all I'm saying.
He is the GOAT. How lovely, Medics. But yeah, I mean, I think for Fnatic, it's so far going to script. If you've set the script yourselves as a team, we want to do this, you're following it. And that's really all you can ask for if you say this.
Yep.
Scarz are going to find themselves a way to just claw in around, even if they just scrap it. Even if it's just an awful scrappy round, you just got to start throwing haymakers.
Now, it should be noted, you don't lose additional bullets if you are on the receiving end of a flawless, so...
Yeah, it's just a gain.
Yeah.
So yeah, a little...
I love how we're only in round 4. we're still talking about it. It does feel quite realistic at this point in time.
I mean, you kind of mentioned it before, right? If there's ever a map in a situation where you want to...
It's defense Sky.
It's defense Sky.
I'm beating down on a team that got beaten down the hardest yesterday of everyone.
BPC did spot the entry over towards Terrace, but it did get blown up by... Was Shoy? On the Flores. 60 seconds again, slow posturing from Scarz, but they're getting themselves a little bit closer towards site this time. That's a positive. Scarz, by the way, 6-0. He's about to do the opposite James Bond if he can find one more kill. And that drone being eliminated means there's only 2 remaining for Scarz heading into the final 40 seconds of this 4th round. As I said, it's time to start throwing some haymakers if you're Scarz. You're going to have to just do something. ROU goes out the back screen. That's the shield screen up, and they just fall like flies, hitting the bug zapper at the local barbecue. They are being toasted.
Bit of Brazilian BBQ.
Yeah, that's right. And Fnatic right now, they are chilling. I wouldn't be surprised if Scarz pull a tactical timeout.
They already used it. They already used it.
And he's on point, the old guzzler. Nothing gets past him. They are looking cooked right now. Fnatic are firing.
I wonder, do Fnatic, operating under the assumption they win the secondary site, go 5-0 up, do they take the tactical then to confirm the tertiary kitchen defense, or do they hold it maybe for the first attack? For the full, like,
I don't think you take a timeout at all.
We just don't at all.
I just don't think you at all. I don't think you need to.
Yeah, okay.
It's a good observation, I guess. Like as to,
I'm trying to just. Our job is to talk. I'm trying to find something interesting to talk about because the match itself.
You can talk about Fnatic. I think Fnatic have absolutely looked absolutely amazing
no
so
doubt,
far.
No doubt.
They've done nothing wrong, and I think that's something that can. At times, you can kind of look at a match like this, and there'll be people who are like, "Well, it's Scarz." It's very easy to just be like, "Oh, it's an APAC team, etc." Don't get it twisted. I mean, for Fnatic coming into this event, a lot of the talk was, "Is this a team that can do well enough in EU, qualify for events? Is this team at that point?" And so therefore, I look at it and say, well, teams like Scarz and teams like CAG, for example, they're still good enough on their day that they can contend with a team like Fnatic.
Yep.
Or at least that's the perceived nature of these particular matchups. And look, the reality is, I don't think APAC is good enough at attacking, let alone attacking into skyscraper defense, and we're seeing that firsthand. So it's really a kind of dream situation if you are Fnatic, that you're on defense sky against a team that just doesn't know how to attack. And it's looking likely that 6-0 half could very well now be on the cards. But at the end of the day, you just got to play what's in front of you, and it's the way they're playing. These are not scrappy rounds. These are not close. It is dominant.
There's been one close round so far, which was the
2-3 second round. Yeah, and then even then,
they're still in a pretty commanding position. All things said.
As I said, Scarz just need to start going for broke here. They need to just start trying to do things a little bit differently. Playing a little too slow, trying to play methodical siege, and that's fine. It's good fundamentals, but Fnatic are just playing it so much better. Scarz has been really, really good in this game, but Jaxu continues his form from yesterday. That's the most important thing. It's not just yesterday was a one-day wonder for the new recruit onto this team. He's backing it up again today.
I'm intrigued to see how much impact Twitch has in this particular round. Last time out, Fish, like, I don't think got a ton of utility, and both drones were dealt with pretty easily by Fnatic. That being said, they did have the Solas in play that time of round, so hopefully he can be a little bit more effective on this occasion. We've only seen the Ying once from Scarz back in the opening round, yet to see another appearance, and I thought that maybe that would be a selection that could help them open up these rounds, as Washoy finds himself in an early engagement, but Groovy, a Nitro, able to find that. Washoy falls as well. There was a trade onto Scarz, but he's only down. Meanwhile, Rek also in the grave. And the attack is pretty much over. You look down at your notes for about 10 seconds.
I literally was 5-5, looked at my notes, looked at some of the stats and the numbers. I was getting ready for the next time I'd come in, and I look up and it's 5-2, and now the round is over. Wow, this is a beat down of some epic proportions here. And for what it's worth, the A-Stream just finished their first match. We are about 5 minutes behind them now from finishing, but our second match. Fnatic couldn't be playing any better. And that's really what you've got to take. Like, if I'm in the Fnatic bootcamp, it's not about our opponent. It's not about what our opponent's doing. It's about what are we doing. And Fnatic could not do anything better right now. And that's really good signs going into tomorrow. Now, of course, the match is not over, but it's a 5-0 start. Scarz are running out of options and ideas. I don't know if they're going to be able to even win this tertiary side of Barbecue Kitchen coming up here in the 6th round, but... And to add some kind of positivity, there is a world Scarz could get some defensive rounds themselves and bring this back to like a 7-3. We've seen that so many times before.
Yeah.
But again, from what we've seen right now through the 5 rounds played, Fnatic are just destroying Scarz. Scarz haven't had a look into sight. They haven't even thought about a plan. This is just utter domination. I mean, Scarz is 8-0.
Yeah, 2 flawless rounds. Rounds 1 and 4, as mentioned prior as well, rounds 2 and 3 with multi-kills, the Jaxu 3k, the Scarz 4k. They're just being dominated in all facets of the game at the moment. They're struggling to even get the absolute basics done in terms of like hard bridge, right? We've seen some really good nitro play, etc. And even then, when they've had any small semblance of map control, they've been running into crossfires, being contested. Fnatic not missing anything really.
It's non-competitive at the moment from Scarz.
Yeah,
this is bad.
I really did not believe this was going to be this one-sided.
Well, this is the final round. If you had said it's a 5-1 half coming into a match like this, I would have said, yeah, I can see that. Not ideal. I think Scarz would have only wanted probably 2 attacking rounds. So to add further context to this, Scarz probably only wanted maybe 2 attacking rounds. Now they can only get the 1, but if they do get the 1, at the very least, that's something, and then you go onto your own defense, and maybe you can snowball. There's a match that is not over. Absolutely not. But it's looking very good for Fnatic. Can they finish the job? And if they do win this round, you get 1 singular opportunity for the 7-0 and the extra bullet to come with it.
No catch, and so Jax's position now exposed. The deployable shield taken down by the frag grenade from Fish-like on the Blackbeard, who can maybe look to spearhead things a little bit here with the shield.
I should mention, by the way, Falcons did end up winning on the A stream. I believe 7-3. Oh, that's a lot of players. And somehow, Fish-like is dead to Jaxu.
Oh, no.
How does he hit that headshot? He's full white, and all he saw was a bunch of players, and he gets the Blackbeard as well.
Yeah. Jeez. When it's not your day, it's not your day in Siege.
Oh, it's not your tournament right now, and that's Kit as well towards Black Stairs. What are you doing?
I think it's actually going to be flawless.
Oh my god, what am I watching?
I'm really glad Saith has mentioned that to me this morning.
Why? Why are you pushing Black Stairs with the Kit by yourself?
With no util. Yeah.
Can we get like someone in the corner, like in a boxing ring, throw the white towel? We don't even need to see a 7th round.
I think Jaxa gets another here.
Oh. Oh.
Ah, it was groovy.
Oh. Rick.
Dead.
Does get Jaxu another one.
There we go.
That's what we were waiting
Up to
for.
10.
There was never any chance Rek was going to be able to clutch that in a 1v3. 6-0. What a flawless half from Fnatic.
But the job's not done, right?
Job is not done.
They're not going for a win. They're going for the flawless
win,
as we have reiterated plenty of times.
So do you take the tack time out and reiterate, if you're safe this and say, boys, this is it. You get 1 chance on attack. What are we doing and how are we doing it to get this flawless?
I mean, I probably would, but I'm under the impression that coaches can talk during these ban phases now. So I guess they get that anyway, right?
Yeah, okay.
Assuming I am correct in my assumption.
But again, you could extend that into an actual tactical timeout if you want. It is possible
if
here
you feel
for
the
Fnatic.
need. If you feel the need, yeah.
And also, do you ban for the 7-0? Like, are you just specifically thinking, we know we're going top floor, it's very likely going to be Tier and Karaoke, our bans are going to make sure that they are weakest on that site. Which, I mean, the Azami is just naturally a very good ban. What else do you get rid of here if you're Fnatic? Fenrir.
Yeah, Fen. Makes sense.
So no Monty, no Grim available for Fnatic. Looking for what would be our first 7-0 at reload. Again, to reiterate, you get an extra bullet if you 7-0, an extra 2 bullets, sorry. And that would put them up into 8 bullets, and that would be a huge skyrocket for Fnatic. They'd go actually from a team later tonight that would be, you know, middle of the table to one of the higher end seeds.
I wonder what kind of implications that may have on the draft as well this evening in terms of teams.
Well, they'd be leapfrogging a couple,
avoiding potentially Fnatic or maybe wanting to target them.
You've got teams that finished yesterday on 8 bullets that are going to come probably back down to 6, etc. So there's every world in which by the end of today, Fnatic, if they do flawless this, are in a top 8 position easily. So this is it. You get 1 chance to 7-0, get the extra 2 bullets. And look, these are some of the positives of this format that we have for Phase 1 at Reload. It just adds a little bit of that excitement.
You wouldn't get this at SI. That's all I'm saying.
You wouldn't get this over for a 7-0 because typically it doesn't matter if it's 7-0 or if it's 7-5. A win is a win, but in this instance you get more for a 7-0. So the incentive is there for Fnatic. This is full try-hard mode.
This gives us something to get excited about. I don't think we've ever seen a team try hard this hard for a 7-0.
I've never been this excited for a 6-0 into a potential 7-0. I feel like we're doing the SI Grand Final again.
maybe
not
quite that far.
Oh, I went a little too far. Could this be? Could this be the moment? The additional 2 bullets. Yeah, Jegs on the Deimos is going to be big and trying to obviously get some information. Already looking to put pressure over towards Makeup and Geisha, which is where Fishlike hides at the moment, in towards Geisha. 2 Nitro Cells available, so some big impact there for Scarz to maybe find a pick, throw that out through a window, get someone. Scarz have really just got to get this first kill.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, opening jewels have been a weakness for Scarz thus far, just the one so far. Can they bunker down here on defense? That's the question. Groovy and Jaxu have been able to manipulate themselves into a couple of nice positions here over towards the top of the back stairs. Pressure now beginning to mount. Long range duel with Fishlike.
Oh,
sees the feet through the footholes.
Pressure from Scarz on the defense, trying to keep Fnatic at bay. And they get the opening kill onto Groovy. Just makes things a little more difficult for Fnatic, seeking that 7-0. Rack with a big kill onto Jegs, and now suddenly that 7-0 possibility is looking increasingly unlikely. Sarks and Deepak would need a 2 versus 5 if they are to gain those extra 2 bullets. Scarz have been able to do the job on the defense. Deepak does get one onto Rack, knows there's another still inside Acacia.
I'll be big from here. Otherwise, it's really going to peter out this match. So I'm going to continue to hype it up. 60 seconds, Sarks walking into a cross.
Oh, he almost actually hit that shot, by the way, and lands us a bit of damage onto Fishlike in Geisha. Knows he's tagged up, but Sark's very, very low. And the Zoto canister gets thrown out from Fishlike. You may as well at this point. You're so low on health. Continue to delay. There's only 40 seconds remaining in the round. Sark's trying to do as much as he possibly can. Fishlike does go down. If you're Deepak right now, I'm telling Sark, just chill a little bit because he finds the kill onto Wushoy.
Come on!
34 seconds in a 2 versus 2. Fnatic seeking that 7-0. For the extra bullets as Gator and Choppy buy themselves together inside a tea room.
You've got the APAC casters cheering against APAC, and they might do it!
They very well may indeed do it. Choppy, who's got 0 kills and may remain on 0 kills, matching the round score of Scarz, and it will be a 7-0 flawless from Fnatic. A statement made in Rio.
That is the first time in my life, and probably the only time I will jump up and down. One for a 7-0 and second for an APAC loss.
I like this format. You wouldn't even think we're APAC casters. It's EU on top, baby. Look at Sathus, look at the boys. They are wrapped with that. They had a game plan. They said they wanted the flawless. They wanted the 7-0, and boy, did they get it.
I didn't believe in this one. I truly did not. I don't know how much of that was my APAC bias blinding me from this result, but he was right, 100%. From the very first moment of the very first round, they set the tone, they maintained that pressure, and Scarz just completely fell into a heap.
That is incredible. By the way, on the A stream, they're only still interviewing Lickyback. That's how quick this game was. We've just finished game 2. Oh, well, I mean, absolutely huge for Fnatic because there's one thing to talk the talk, there's another thing to back it up, and boy, did they. Unfortunately for Scarz, though, what does this mean for them? Because this is their tournament looking absolutely shredded. What have they won? 1 round through 2 matches?
Yeah, really bad. Really unfortunate for them. Look, even at your best, attacking into Skyscraper in that first half is a challenge. It's really tough. But as I mentioned, Fnatic set the tone. Scarz couldn't rise up to the challenge. The pressure continued to mount. Their tactical timeout was unimpactful, and they weren't able to correct on what they saw in the first instances of those objectives. And yeah, Fnatic just continued to not put a foot wrong. They were completely faultless.
I think for Fnatic as well, not only do you obviously get the extra 2 bullets, you've got 8 bullets now, but it's that win in that fashion that you've got to take a huge amount of positives from and say, okay, look at what we can do when we're in sync. This is a team, of course, with 2 new players in. Jaxu's been incredible. I mean, what a debut for him over the first 2 days for Fnatic. And we haven't seen Fnatic at an international event for God knows how long. And they're performing, at least so far today. Of course, yesterday, they did end up getting a loss, but talk about a quick rebound. And they can take a lot from that game and saying, look what we can do. If we have our mind set on something and we execute, there's the proof in the pudding as to what we can actually achieve. Again, for Scarz, though, now it's just a matter of where to from here, because quite honestly, I don't know what they do.
I think from here, they're probably going to be taking a flight home in the next couple of days, to be frank. I don't see day 3 being particularly fruitful for them. They just simply have not shown enough at this event. This roster is going to have to do a lot of rebuilding before stage 1.
Yeah, unfortunately for Scarz, back to the drawing board for Fnatic, though. They will be sleeping very happy tonight. We're going to be heading to a break already. That's 2 games in the book for us. Only one.
We're getting the quick ones. We're getting the quick ones.
The quick ones. More games to come as well after the break. Don't go too far.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Goals 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is real ready for reload?
With CJX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, 1 mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins, then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose, then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Goals 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say are practically a local, right?
gelado!
Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself.
vale a pena.
Is real ready for reload?
With CJX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at Reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Well, I hope everyone enjoyed the Fnatic beatdown in between our 2 breaks, but fortunately we got a proper game coming your way now. FearX versus G2 to continue the B stream today. But yeah, very briefly, Fnatic, what a performance, 7-0 in the end over Scarz, which in itself for Scarz, not ideal, but for Fnatic, it's a really good showing going into day 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, they get an additional 2 bullets towards their total after that flawless victory. It's an automatic card that goes into effect here at Reload and sets themselves up very, very nicely for a run towards the top 8 for that bracket.
And there was another card as well that was activated, although it was actually last night and not quite automatic. It was decided the chicken card was played by FearX, which they were chosen by, what was it, Falcons, and said, no, we don't want any of that, no smoke please. And then immediately after using the chicken card, G2 were up and said, yeah, no, we'll take you.
Yeah, very intriguing to see a team use that card in round 2. I think many probably in agreement that it was quite early to be playing it out, but to be fair, Falcons are a very difficult opponent, and perhaps FearX looking for some comfort and looking to try and build up their bullet count heading into the rest of this first stage. That being said, G2 are going to be a challenging opponent, but FearX, and I think with their new additions, actually do look pretty good. We were kind of framing them as the potential Korean super team, right?
Yeah, and I think they played a little bit like that as well. They look a far more well-rounded and filled-out roster with Coded and Woogieman coming over from D+ to join Good Boy, Rin, and Mephi. And I felt like the way that they won yesterday was just systematically as a team. It didn't look like they were relying on anyone. Everyone seemed like they were playing incredibly well, although I have to give anyone a shout-out. It was probably Mephi. I mean, Mephi was absolutely tremendous. And so I think now we've seen enough action throughout day 1, day 2. We've seen Scarz absolutely not do so well in that last match that I'm very much on the FearX train, which is very surprising. I wasn't expecting that coming into this event. I know that typically in the past, we've always kind of looked at the Korean region and just felt like there was so much talent that just wasn't really there. Well, there is talent. Speaking of talent, G2 absolutely stacked to the brim with this roster, but they just haven't seemed to click in recent times.
Yeah, we covered that match yesterday, a 4-7 loss against SSG. Kind of looks close on paper, but the way in which it played out wasn't really the case for the most part. Only able to claim a single attacking round win. And the counterplay for me from SSG was what really set them apart in that matchup, but G2 just couldn't keep pace.
Yeah, we'll go to the map for this, and, well, no surprise, it's the exact same one that we just had. Skyscraper coming through. Little caveat, though, FearX actually picking on the defense here. Now, I don't think there's going to be any case of a flawless for them, but it is a good spot to begin. You know, a little bit of comfortability, get things off to a nice start, get some rounds on the board. At the same time, there's emphasis. You're on defense, you've got to get rounds on the board, and so that puts a bit of pressure onto FearX to begin well. Heading into this one very, very shortly. Surely G2 get the job done, but I want it to be competitive.
I'm expecting actually a rather competitive game here. I don't want to say that I'm pitching FearX as favourites, but especially if they can get off to a clean start here defensively, I don't actually see any reason why they can't go ahead and win this game.
Yeah. All right, let's head into the ban phase again. It's FearX on 8 bullets, G2 only on the 5, and that's.
But it's the wagering for me that's interesting, right? Only 1 on the board for FearX, G2 2.
Probably the right way to go about it. And I know I said kind of in the previous game, right? With the way the wagering system works, it's almost like admitting defeat before you've even played, because essentially what you're kind of looking at is FearX have basically said, yeah, G2, we think they might be a little bit better than us, so we're not going to bet the 2 bullets. We're just going to go with the 1. And the way, though, in this matchup, for me, it's actually more not about, say, showing that weakness and just saying, okay, you know what? We've got 8 bullets. We've got a pretty good bundle going into day 3. We don't really need to put more in for the reload. We're pretty happy with what we've got. We'll just keep it at the 1. We'll play it safe. So I don't actually look at it too much as saying we're scared of G2. It's more just playing with the economy they already have. And of course, G2 kind of did something similar yesterday in that match against SSG. I don't think G2 were like, oh my god, we can't beat SSG.
Yeah.
But hey, they're a strong opponent. We respect that. We're going to put the 1 up, and that's why they're on 5.
So the mute off the board, probably the most standout ban of the 4 thus far. We'll see what kind of an impact that may have negatively on FearX and denying information from G2, who themselves are looking to actually lean pretty heavily into that ban already. Most notably the 0 and the Flores, both of which will benefit from less mute jammers scattered around. I mean, especially the Flores, right? Doki will be able to get in and clear any potential utility that may be scattered around, perhaps brought in anticipation of a little bit more hard breach util, but I guess 2 BPCs will certainly be nice to deal with. Excited to jump into this game. There's a little bit of expectation in the air for FearX for what feels like the first time in maybe about 4 years.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, you don't want to go too soon, right? We only had one day yesterday and it was CAG.
Yeah, I know.
So you put the asterisk there.
But again, it's not a case of the result, it was more so the fashions.
Yep.
Right?
And for G2, I mean, even yesterday, to be fair, I mean, SSG are looking really good, and Nua's popped off in that match. There were still really good elements for G2. There's a little contact fight over towards Terrace, Coded just getting himself into a rather aggressive position, holds the close angle, instead gets off it, throws the goo mine, and these are one of the more tricky positions to play. And G2 are putting the pressure on, but to be fair, Coded's not really too scared, although he has fallen back through statue into VIP, and he is proving to be the nuisance at the moment.
So we'll see then the impact of these Flores drones as Doki sends one over towards backstairs, and with no mute jammers in play, he's free to gain a little bit of information and potentially deal with any utility, although I don't believe on this occasion he was able to find all that much. Probably seeking a deployable shield over towards the top of that staircase, but not in play. But what is in play is Coded, and he finds the opening kill in this match. Uno falls after he tries to make his way forward towards Terrace, and that means the diffuser now is on the deck. Doki responds though, but Good Boy also lands a blow. And so with that, FearX maintain their advantage, but it's only momentary. As Coded gets traded out, Rin is up close though in an unexpected position and gets a freebie. The diffuser once again on the floor.
Yeah, Alamal's still alive. I mentioned that because yesterday went 5 and 10. He's actually bottom 5 at the moment of the tournament in terms of EPS, so a good chance for him to maybe get involved early, but he can't quite get that kill onto Woogie Man, who was just sliding on by behind the bomb chassis, and elsewhere, Doki ended up losing his life to Good Boy. And FearX with a solid start here in the opening round. G2, as soon as they started getting towards the site, FearX were very much ready for it and got themselves into a good position to fire back, landing their shots. And Alamau in a 1v3 opening round. Defense Sky without the kit. I mean, all the caveats are there. This is going to be incredibly unlikely, even for a player of his quality. Chokes a little bit on that gas babe as well, half health. And Rin smart, reposition, noticed that, he's gone over, and he's just watching that diffuser now. So he'll play contact, should get the kill, and does. Headshot, quick from Rin, and a good start for FearX.
A lot of scattered fights in that opening round, and many of which not favourable towards G2. FearX play the percentage, they land their shots, and in doing so, a rather straightforward round win.
I feel like Coded at the start is one to sort of highlight. When you're playing that terrace position, you got one on the rappel, you got one outside the doorway, and then you kind of immediate thought is to actually rotate, play the window close angle, expecting them to maybe go for a pinch, get one, fall back. But obviously that didn't happen, but it showed that he was active on the defense there, playing a rather key position and denying that entry for G2. And that's what you need to do if you're FearX. You actually need to make sure you don't fear your opponent. You need to actually say, you know what, we've only wagered the one bullet anyway. So we need to actually go in and say, let's play confident. There's not a lot on the line. You lose this match, and unironically, you're actually equal with G2 after 2 days. So, I mean, that's another part of this system that I kind of like in some ways, because there's strategy behind it. If you wager 2 bullets, you might play a bit more conservative. You're a bit more scared. There's more on the line. You only wager the 1. Well, you can actually almost just play with freedom. And that's what I want to see from FearX. Quite honestly, Stay 2 have reload. I'm not fussed if they win or lose. I want to see them play with freedom and not look scared and, you know, kind of sitting on side and not wanting to be active, because you're not going to win if you play that way. And again, the onus is on them. They're on defense, guys. They should win at least 4 rounds. So it's up to G2 to see if they can steal some here on the attack.
G2 looking to experiment further here on attack, and they bring the fuse this time around, this time to help dislodge utility over towards the main breach, and it appears to have been effective. 2 Boreal though from Good Boy, those Zoto canisters stalling out the breach for a little while longer. Another fuse charge to follow though, and that one is disrupted.
None of these fuses have gone off.
Yeah.
Good disruption from FearX, but main breach does end up getting opened by the Selma breaches.
Soaked up enough utility to then allow the Selmas.
It's small denial. And limits the potential now for Uno. He's only got 2 more cluster charges remaining. But I mean, to be completely honest, the fuse is just there to kind of keep people off the wall, right? And just kind of keep them away and get that opened up a little bit easier for for Blaz. Which Blaz, by the way, was the highest rated EPS player for G2 in that loss against SSG. And on cue, it's not a curse, it's a blessing. He gets the opening kill, and never mind, there is that curse. No blessing without the curse. Now lost his life to Good Boy. Rin's already done his job in the Kaid, and, well, hello, Uno, straight in towards the side of Office. They lost Laura at the exact same time while he was going down for that plan. They never really cleared anything out. That was a rush attempt from G2 that just ultimately failed.
Alamau and Doki are completely disconnected.
I'm confused there in terms of what is G2 trying to do in this round as a systematic team, because it seems, as you said, very disjointed.
I mean, it's all well and good to go for a sneaky plan attempt if the window is there and the coverage is good, but neither was really on offer.
Oh yeah, Doki on the day boss lurking T-room while they're trying to send it into Office. You're on the other side of the map. He ends up losing his life anyway, and this ends up being a nothing round for G2, and honestly, fair play to FearX. They've pretty much played this round perfectly. Oh, insult to injury. Like Batman jumping down, coated with the shotgun, puts an end to G2 in the second round, and it's 2-0 start for FearX. And some giggles in the background too. They're happy with this one.
You gave a little EPS fact in the previous round. Would you like another?
Sure.
So Nua's got MVP officially.
He did.
In the previous
And
play day.
deserved. And by the way, timeout while you're saying this.
I'm not sure if we're going to listen in, or shut up if we do. I don't believe we will. But Mephi was actually the highest rated player yesterday. 165.
I wasn't expecting that one.
He is currently the lowest rated player on the team at the moment, but yeah, an unexpected fun fact.
So looking at that, right? So looking at Mephi and Nuas from yesterday, because you've brought it up now, and I want to dive a little deeper into it. So 165 for Mephi, 162 for Nuas, who, as you said, got the official MVP of the day. 17 and 5 for Mephi, 16 and 7 for Nuas. But Nuas also went 4-0 on entry. Mephi went 2-0 on entry. Had a 55% survival rate. Nuas actually only had a 36%. But he had a 91% cost to the 73% for Mephi. So it's kind of looking at some of the categories are sort of like one to Mephi, one to Nuas, etc. I would imagine because of also the opponent, Nuas playing against a stronger team in comparison to Mephi versus CAG. Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
I wasn't trying to make the case that
No, I know. You were just sort of mentioning that Mephi had a very good day as well yesterday.
For sure. So an early tactical timeout then from G2 will conclude. Looking to find success now, attacking into the tertiary of Barbecue and Kitchen. It's been a pretty uninspired attack from them. A couple of intriguing pocket picks in terms of those attacking operators, but seemingly not having as much impact as they would have liked. I mean, I say that, but the fuse, at least in the last round, was great. And then they went for a strange pocket play, heads-up play in terms of that plan. Two players completely disconnected from the play. So not sure if there's a miscommunication or what exactly took place there for G2, but clearly enough for the tactical to be called. As they look to refocus here, understanding that getting rounds in this half is going to be a challenge, but they are critically important in setting up the second half.
Well, the other thing as well to note is for G2, they actually get 2 timeouts in a row now, in theory, because you've got your tactical timeout, then into the way through the half ban phase where the coaches are able to talk as well. Which I like it. Personally, I think coaches should be able to talk more in esports in general. Moira almost losing their life to Woogieman. That flash is going to come through. He can't avoid it.
He's got to die here.
And no, he has not died. He still isn't dead.
No.
And he gets out alive through drum. They've allowed the escape.
Oh, that hurts.
Elsewhere, Alamau did find the opening kill.
Oh, that's painful.
And you hear more shots ringing around the map. It's a scrappy one here on the tertiary round. Rin down in Geisha.
I mean, they've at least been able to find a momentary advantage with Rin on the ground, but a play like that onto Woogieman, the failed clear, kind of sets the tone that G2 are not completely switched on at the moment.
They only need a couple of attacking rounds though, so you only have to switch on for enough times, but this is the tertiary site. This really should be the round in which G2 should be winning. Ooh. And Rin has dropped out. That might actually be a pickup. Now, Wookie's going to make the crossover through the window, which was covered by Blaz. He could not get that confirmation. It's a 4v4 again.
G2 have been a slither away from finding these kills on multiple occasions.
Red ping, Alamau, pistol out, can't hit the shot. They know there's one bot black stairs. The deployable shield's not going to matter. It's just a nuisance in the way.
He dies with 4 Candelas.
Alamau goes down.
I know it's Warden, but still, no util dump.
Mephi was ready for it anyway, but yeah, that's a nice kill with the shotgun. 60 seconds left. And the complex nature of this round, it's been a strange one. Back and forth, and G2 have been sloppy.
I mean, maybe you don't need the util, you don't want to telegraph it, so I suppose in that respect kind of makes sense if they knew it was the Warden, but...
There's still other positions in which you can
use
those
no trade potential.
Candelas.
The trade potential is worse than any util.
And Laura's low, Blaz is low. You've got one flash. and no first floor control.
They have the win cons
How do you
now
win
are
this?
dissipated.
This is where you need 96 mechanical skill and probably 0 IQ. It doesn't really matter at the moment. You're just going to walk in and hit some headshots. That's a bulletproof camera as well, watching that stair position. I mean, you can keep opening these floors. It's not going to make a difference. You've got to plant downstairs, guys. Mephi does get caught. Big kill from Doki, trying to ignite his team down below. There's only 15 seconds left, though. So again, time's still a huge factor. Coded must stay alive. He was full health, now dead. And just like that, G2 can flip this round on the tertiary site. Blaz can plant inside a kitchen. Not a lot that FearX can do to deny it. Never mind, couple of kills. And even though this plant almost went down, FearX still take the round. Back and forth all the way through this third round, but it ends in one direction towards FearX finding another 3-0 start for them. Whew.
So the pressure then mounts massively for G2 off the back of their tactical timeout. Failure to convert, now staring down the barrel of a 3-round deficit, and the potential for even 2 attacking rounds now significantly decreasing on a map naturally very defender-sided.
We've kind of spoken a little bit about the bullets that have been wagered, but if G2 lose this, they're down to 3. That's dangerous territory to be in going into tomorrow.
And I think we both had them in our 8 to qual. Oh no, I did. Maybe you didn't.
I don't recall. I don't think I did. But I also had Liquid. I don't know what I was thinking.
Well, I mean, I selected them to make the 8 with a big asterisk. That it depends on the G2 that we get at this event. How do they rock up and do they play to the best of their ability, or do we see a G2 that's disconnected? And at least at the beginning of this match, from what we've seen, and even to an extent what we saw yesterday, I feel like we're getting a bit more of the latter, unfortunately. Which is a disappointment because we know just how great individually the majority, if not all, of the players on that roster are. So
yeah, I mean, it's one of those teams that, like, on paper, you're like, on paper, wow, okay, but the paper's not quite coming to fruition.
Yeah.
It's not translating to performances in the server. But again, it's only 3-0. We did have the bans, by the way, the Ying taken off the board by FearX and the Tuberau from G2. Both operators, we've obviously seen some use in the opening 3 rounds for the respective teams.
Well, we saw Ying once round 3 and it had no impact, but
it's true.
I suppose FearX are banning it in anticipation for further play. Coded lurking down below in bedroom, so we'll keep an eye on that through this round and see if he's able to have impact. We did see pretty heavy vert play from below last time out from G2, and so he's positioned there, ready and waiting to take a fight, or maybe 2 down below. But honestly, on the flip side, G2 didn't find a lot of success, so they may not like to go for that, and instead, I like to be horizontally more aggressive.
Yeah, Rin was very close to getting that denial over towards Makeup. Is it fair to say, though, for G2, their attacks so far have been just rather disjointed? That's a freebie. Alamau has actually snuck his way in over on the VIP side now through Drag, and Good Boy had no idea on the Vigil, who kind of wanted to play a similar role, but on the defense, lost that battle. That's a big loss for FearX, down a player now. Alamau may be expecting reinforcements on the flank. Mephi losing out to Blaz, and yeah, good read from Alamau. And G2 finally arrived here in Skyscraper. Much better round, clearing out the roamers, knowing full well that FearX are extending off site. Alamau just absolutely turns on the jets. Now in towards site. He's already cleaned out. Oh, and it's a flawless round led by Alamau. G2 on the board here against FearX. That's a much better round.
Well, the Alamau lurk proves successful. Able to gather pretty early map control, and FearX not having a particularly great read as to where he was then positioning through the mid to late round.
Yeah, just better from G2. But I mean, to be fair, it's also still a lot of the same gameplay. Like, there wasn't much of a difference, right? It's still a little bit that disjointed. So you got a couple on the Geisha Makeup side, then Alamau just kind of goes solo over on the eastern side of the map.
If he died going for the lurk, exactly. the round is
like if you
very
flipped
different
it
outcome.
and Good Boy was watching for that lurk, gets the kill onto Alamau, that round just plays out entirely different. So, I mean, incredible skill for Alamau.
I mean, we're stating the obvious here, but...
Hey, that's what we do. That's our job.
But it's in stark contrast to their approach in a couple of the prior rounds where they're very systematically looking to try and fight for specific map control. That time it was just, let's just send somebody in, try to crack open the site, and then others can look to form around that.
Yep.
Well, not even crack open the site, I mean crack open the map, and honestly that's sometimes the most difficult part about Skyscraper is just that initial entry.
Will there be a response from FearX? They don't want to be giving up too many rounds on the defense of Skyscraper. No matter the opponent, no matter maybe a difference in potential skill level, these are the rounds that they must acquire, as many of them as possible, because, being honest, FearX on the attack of Skyscraper, it's not going to be an easy task against G2. And to be fair, this is at least a site that you're not going to employ that roam as much. I don't think, you're going to have as much of an opportunity, G2, to play in the same way that they did in the previous round. They're going to have to do it quite differently. But Exothermic blowing up our
powerful,
PC.
Pretty powerful charge, gee whiz. We didn't crash there, so that's good.
Hardy mouth kind of stuff there for a moment.
Like this position from Murphy, up close, Warden shotgun. Be a challenge to clear with utility. Likely need to rely on a trade here. Coda, though, does find the first elsewhere. Laura falls. One of the two primary hard breaches. That being said, main wall already opened and exposed.
I mean, those are the peaks you probably don't have to go for now. You've gotten rid of Loira. You've got to play your advantage. Yeah, Coda went for it anyway, but...
You can go for a bit of pressure and shoulder peek, but you don't want to overextend.
I mean, you've got a good time. 90 seconds left, 5v4. At least some work has been done for G2 over towards the site. They haven't got a lot of map control, though. And this is an entry. So Doki says, let's get things underway, but Gurmine's going to send him back out over onto the exterior. Coded has been in this position so many times before. Hits the shots onto Uno, but they only do so much damage. But some preemptive warning shots, that is a position that does still need to be cleared for G2. Noise made on the barbed wire. And Good Boy also just, again, that's almost like warning shot. And it just plays with the minds of G2 as to where do they find the entry.
I think they're just trying to buy their time a little bit on attack here and hope for an unforced error from FearX. That opportunity not really presenting itself, and with only 38 seconds on the clock, G2 will need to make their move.
Is it just a rush into the site now? It's a double stack actually over towards the terrace, and that stack does not work. It's the shotguns from Coded. Quick double to end that round. A 4-1 lead for FearX.
Yeah, the game plan there from G2, and I think it was caught pretty beautifully by the obs as we kind of tracked each individual attacker and had a look at what they were doing. Each player, each person trying to individually find their moment, make their play, and in the hope that that could cascade into others flooding the side and making a bit more space and forcing the retake. None of those plays kind of worked. We saw like the Doki Vault, that didn't quite work out. The breach continued to be contested from Coded, made that a challenge. Like so many areas of the map were contested well enough to FearX to the extent that there was pressure and control, but didn't overextend, didn't give away anything for free, and in doing so, able to pretty confidently confirm that round. And
well, this ends up being a pretty big round because it's tertiary site.
Yeah.
When I think about Skyscraper, admittedly, 5-1's still not the end of the world for G2 because, again, FearX are probably going to struggle on the attack. But if it does get to 5-1, that's enough confidence, I think, right there for FearX that they can kind of have a couple of attacking rounds where they just throw some things at the dartboard and just see what works. Fast rush or, map sweep, whatever it may be, that they don't have to play that kind of default attack. See if they can catch G2 off guard in just one round, where it's like, and then you've gotten to 6, and then the pressure's right on G2. And again, G2 wagered the 2 bullets. They got more on the line here in comparison to FearX. FearX don't gain as much, but I will say this, guys. If you get to 9 bullets, FearX, after 2 days, you're in a very comfortable position going into the next couple. You got to remember, it's not about reaching a certain point. It's just about having the top 8 is just who's got the highest bullets. And 9, is that maybe good enough for a 7th or an 8th? We don't know, but it could be.
You can be a lot more, I think, conservative with your reloading going forward,
Exactly.
and maybe only present the 1 or 2 going forward.
Just gives you more room. Oh, that's a miss. Oh, that's a miss. Oh, that's a miss.
Shots 1 to 3.
Shots 1 to 3 clearly missed. Clearly shots 4 to 5. You like down. And 6, 7, and 8 didn't land because you're dead anyway. They did get the opening pick onto Mephi. Good boy, though. Response onto Alamau. No more Docker beat. No logic bombs for the remainder of this round.
Blackbeard to see its first appearance. Docker B as well here for this round.
Is in a very strange position over towards reception with the kit. Everyone else outside of the building. If Lawyer gets caught on from a roaming defender, that could be... yeah, look how close Good Boy is. Good Boy actually going to spot that drone as well. Lawyer does need to be careful, because if Lawyer goes down, that's kit, that's information, a lot of time. You can play off of that. It becomes a 4v3. Lawyer's just better, though, against Rin. And Good Boy should have still been around the vicinity. Must have actually rotated off in a different direction. I'm not surprised. I'm not sure exactly why Rin actually made their way over. Good Boy does get that kill onto Lawyer. That's kid on the floor. I'm not sure if he's going to be fully aware of that. 60 seconds left, 3v3. Regardless if he's aware of it, GT need to go and reacquire the kit.
Yep. 60 on the clock. Information limited. Just the 3 primary drones available.
It's going to have to be Doki to go and get that.
Yeah, position's looking static. I mean, Blaz can come across and support, I presume, and that's what Doki's waiting for.
I don't imagine FearX, by the way, they're not playing the kit. They are very much playing back over towards side. I say that, and yeah, they are.
G2 are having to be so due diligent in clearing out these positions towards kit that
it's
not going to leave them much time.
Look at the way that Doki and Blaz are playing this right now. They're clearing out everything.
Because they have to. They don't have the
20
info.
seconds left, and if you run through this doorway, Good Boy is posted up very nicely. The gas babe to kind of sort of maybe suggest that there might not be someone close.
And still one more in the pocket as well.
Still one more. Uno over towards the window, in towards kitchen. This is going to be an absolute calamity for G2. They had no idea that Good Boy was holding the close angle on the doorway, and even though Doki does get that kill, he's got no time, he doesn't have the kit. It's 5-1 at the half for FearX against G2.
Nope, Dark fired up. The vibes are good in the FearX camp. A 5-1 half as we enter the second ban phase. Is it the second? Is it the third? I don't know how we want to frame it.
Technically, it's the third.
Technically, the third.
Yeah, we have to come up with like distinctive names for these.
The round 7 ban phase, I suppose. That one's objective. Kaid and Bandit off the board, so no electricity in play. Double shield as well.
And you know what's interesting about it? We saw it on Clubhouse opening map. There was the response. It was like, okay, Kaid and Bandit got banned, but then we'll ban the hard breaches as well. So it's kind of like two-pronged. In this case, it's the shield play. What this basically means, though, is for FearX, they should have no problems whatsoever getting any hard breach opened up. They don't actually bring any hard breach right now, but that really should change because it's not Tier and Karaoke. So I imagine they'll switch things up.
Well, you posed it before, right? What's the FearX approach? They now have a little bit of a parachute to play around. It's not massive on a map like Skyscraper, so they do need to be careful. But I think the 5-1 gives them the license to maybe go for that aggro opening round. And we're going to see that with the repicks onto the Blitz. I was going to say the Amaru, but that gets picked off of. You also have the Glaz to potentially play around as well, the Smokes to catch a pick or two. So I'm intrigued to see, is this going to be rather direct from the Koreans, or is it are those toolings going to be used for a little bit more of a clear? Keep in mind there is that Warden in play, of course, and so Doki will be a key player in this round, especially again if it is to be direct. Although he's currently stationed up over towards Drum, so a little bit disconnected from sight at the moment. And his rotation will likely indicate as to what the read is from G2 in this round. At the moment, though, FearX posturing directly towards that Samurai window, and so we may see an early execute here. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think they have the lineup to me outside of the
Blitz. No, here we go.
The rest of them are going to wait for the smokes. There's the Nitro Cell, well read from Alamau. The Woogerman does go deep, but there's no one in towards Statue.
No one in support.
And yeah, now very... Oh, Doki's not watching, though. Grim Bees go out, Flash is good, onto the Legion. Woogerman teaching them a lesson here on the Blitz and how to get entry in towards the site. Alamau trying to provide some cover from VIP. Blaz over in the same vicinity, so they're double stacked together, but they're in a 2v4 now. They have actually lost complete site control. FearX are in total control. This realistically should be 6-1 now from this position. You cannot be losing this round if you're FearX. The entries were beautiful, despite even the Nitrocell from Alamau getting Mephi, which denied any play onto those smokes, but the Glaz Wookie gets the kick down, and FearX have got themselves 5 match points against G2. Well, I bet they wish they had to put 2 bullets in the chamber now.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't think many would have anticipated this result.
And it goes back, I said it, and then you kind of just brought it up at the beginning of this round. You get that 5-1 lead, and you can go for those kind of plays.
And it almost didn't work. I mean, we see...
Well, the initial... I thought when they got the Nitrocell onto Mephi and the smokes have gone up, you've lost a lot of your firepower, but Woogieman gets so deep.
Yeah.
Doki has no idea. Free kill. And it goes even deeper and gets another free kill onto the Legion with a quick blind, because, again, he had no idea he's that deep.
Yeah, Woogie played that incredibly well. The double smoke coverage, and to then, you know, do the Stewie 2K and push through it, as opposed to sit and stall where he would have been crunched and forced into the crossfire. Yeah, the smoke criminals that runs through. Understand, I mean, I don't think Doki's really that much at fault, right? If you don't hear it, you don't get the call, it's not on him. He's already through multiple layers of defense by that point, right?
10 seconds to go.
For G2, they will find themselves down to 3 bullets if they cannot bring back a 6-1 deficit to FearX, who, well, even if, right, this is the thing, I'm going to say this, even if, and I will hold this true, even if FearX somehow lose this game, they've still shown so much in such a short amount of time with their 2 new additions.
Oh.
Would be a disaster if they obviously lost it from here, but you can take so many positives from what you're seeing of this Korean team. Coded says, thank you very much. That's the easiest Nitro shot out ever. and that was the only Nitro cell. The question mark in chat from Coded to Alamau was not on my bingo card.
I think that was a pretty deserved question mark.
Getting bullied by Koreans.
Doesn't happen every day of the week.
How far has G2 fallen?
I'm going to write documentaries about this game. I'll tell you what, I feel like almost every game we've had, maybe bar 1, where we had the OT, has been just demolishing.
Yeah. We had some rapid games yesterday until the very last one. We've got 2 banging matchups, by the way, after this.
I hope we finish early today. We can go to the pool, watch the A stream. Good times.
A streams on what, game 2?
Have they started game 2? I don't even know.
Toki posted up over towards Drum. No kills yet for Uno.
Oh, that was close.
Oh. Well, right
really
now,
close.
FearX can do no wrong. And they've got so much confidence, it's just flowing. Alamau had that 1 round where I think he got a 4K. For White Rin, down Alamau. He's the one standing up despite the question mark earlier because of the missed Nitrocell. Candelas go out into effect from Mephi, and the falling now will be Alamau. He only got the 1, but then done. Good Boy goes down to Loira, and with that G2 advantage, but not for long. Trades continue to just flourish around the map, all the way down to a 2 versus 2 now. And honestly, that's a very small win for FearX, because there's 60 seconds. Coded is incredibly low, but Woogie is incredibly dangerous.
Well, he's engaged, so how does he cross and go for the plant? 2 flashes for Woogie to maybe play around?
I think they're just playing this very well. They're just kind of sitting and seeing what G2 and what the final 2 are going to do here defensively.
Yeah, they have the time to do so.
Logic Bomb as well. Get a little bit of auditory information. I think also with Coded being so low, there's a bit of apprehension here for FearX. And yeah, as you said, so much time remaining.
I really hope Woogie uses these flashes. There we go.
Flash 1. 1 more. That one was very much ineffective. Coded getting into a position where he can start to stick the plant down, watching the cover. Will be Wookie man up close with players, but what a sick headshot from Wookie, and what a sick result this is turning out to be. Uno with 0 kills on the board so far, as FearX are about to 7-1 G2 here at Reload. Spots 1. You've got to get that. He cannot. They got nothing from this. G2 are down to 3 bullets remaining, as FearX have got themselves up to 9 bullets. And what a trouncing result against the EU team.
And there's more BM in the chat.
There is more BM in the chat. Where is Benja?
Look,
says FearX.
Justified, right? 7-1. Complete dominance.
Oh, and it was a team performance again. We said it at the start of this show for this match, guys, that yesterday for FearX, it wasn't this one-man show. I know obviously Mephi was tremendous, but he had so much help yesterday against CAG, who, by the way, had a better scoreline than G2. 7-1. And it was again, team performance from FearX. That's the most pleasing thing. If you're G2, though, my goodness, not the start to this event that you wanted through the opening 2 days. Down to 3 bullets, and they wagered 2 in this.
Yeah, I mean, there's every world in which they are like really fighting for their life tomorrow, which is a position which I did not expect G2 to find themselves in.
They could be out tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And secondly, not off the back of FearX dominating them, right? Like, we know FearX are good. We had expectation on them to
Well, who does this say more
perform,
about, FearX or G2?
Elements of both for me.
I mean, you can obviously make a case for either or.
I think we definitely saw a better G2 yesterday, so it could just be the case of a BO1 off day. That can happen.
But 7-1?
Yeah, the reality is a 7-1 is quite devastating.
I think that's the biggest thing as well. And when you take into consideration, it was a 5-1 half. Yes, FearX started defense Sky. We'll give them that. But to then lose immediately 2 attacking rounds, or 2 defensive rounds to the attack, I mean, that's obviously even more damning as well. So for G2, I mean, where to from here? I mean, this is the thing. Do you just go for broke tomorrow? Do you just wager all 3 bullets and say, screw it, we may as well? They
will have the seeding advantage, I suppose, depending on where they actually line up. So they can actually do a bit of theory prep in who they want to actually take on and what the reload situation is going to be for them. But nonetheless, it's still uncomfortable.
Right now, though, whoever G2 pick might be pretty happy. We're going to a break. When we come back, by the way, we've got an absolute classic. FaZe W7M. Don't go too far.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Goals 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. You real ready for a reload?
With CJEX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJEX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing sides simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJEX.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, A bold new R6 Esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Real ready for reload?
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at Reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Well, we keep on rolling here on the B stream. We're into our 4th match of the day. We're well and truly ahead of schedule. It's been some absolute one-sided games. I hope that kind of stops now because we've got some big games coming up. W7M versus FaZe, and then after this one, Dark Zero versus SSG. So both of these two games to kind of close out the B stream today are absolutely next level.
Yeah, and interregional matchups as well, which are always intriguing.
Yeah.
Teams will have pretty good read on one another and play a somewhat similar brand of Siege as well. So yeah, super excited, and fingers crossed we actually get a couple of close matches.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really had a lot of that. We didn't even have it on the A stream yesterday, so I hope maybe we're the curse. Obviously, for these two teams, I think high expectations coming into an event such as this. Realistically, they're both teams that would have their eye on the prize in terms of winning the entire event. W7M themselves, of course, winning out a major last year. FaZe themselves, of course, winning out at SI. So they're winners. Both of the teams in this in this lobby are winners. In this particular roster, well, they certainly are winners. And I think they're at the peak of their powers, right? And they have been for a little while. We all probably remember SI24 and the 6-1 collapse, but they made amends in SI25, and no roster changes, no need to. And honestly, they're my #1 seed.
Yeah, yesterday they had an outing with BDS over on Nighthaven Labs, able to just scrape through in regulation with a 7-5 victory, but speaking to others, it seemed like the consensus was more so BDS coming out of the gate strong and having a good day. FaZe maybe not playing to their absolute best of their ability, but equally still doing enough to get the job done. So we'll see if FaZe are able to refine things a little bit here today and maybe show a little bit more dominance, but I don't think yesterday is too concerning. Their opponents for this matchup, W7M on the flip side, with an even closer matchup, and we got to cover it, the 8-7 dub over M80 that took place on Chalet, showed some really good resilience in that matchup, right? They had the tide against them. We had the quad rehost where they're sitting there trying not to overthink things and let that negativity overwhelm them. And then they come out of the gates, win round 12 and push OT, not Rin from FearX, and ultimately able to then close it out in OT. So did a really good job yesterday, and I think that was a good tester for the mental.
Map for this match, of course, best of one, is Bank, which should be a fun one, honestly. We have been very blessed today on the B stream. We're
Bit of variety.
We're getting some variety after the 4 chalets yesterday on the A stream, so teams are starting to mix things up a little bit, which is really good to see. Skyscraper was actually there as a potential. FaZe banning that one away, and they will be defending on Bank first up. Yeah, just keen for this one. Keen to kind of jump into it, see how things will unfold. It's a very difficult one to sort of predict and kind of gauge the feel outside of just clearly saying FaZe really are the favorites in this game. But W7M are more than good enough as a roster. I think the Palu edition as well yesterday looked pretty decent. I'm keen to see how he continues on with this W7M roster. And 1 bullet each. Playing it safe.
Yeah, conservative. I mean, both going into this matchup with 8 total.
Which I think... Am I right? FearX are leading everyone at the moment on 9. Of course, game's still to play.
Yeah. I can try and...
Which means, of course, the winner of this match will go to 9 and the loser will go to 7. So, I mean, there's not a lot on the line in terms of this match, unfortunately, because of the reality that both teams did win yesterday. Both teams then not wagering a lot today. It's the complete contrast to what we just had with G2, who went down to 5, now down to 3. So they're feeling the effects of the bullet system here for Phase 1, G2, whereas these two teams are feeling it on the more positive side of things, that they're pretty happy with where they're at. Not going to, wager too much on this matchup. I think this is definitely the case. Either team could win this.
So I believe Furia is the live leader, 10 points, and FearX trailing on 9.
There you go. Second place for FearX is still pretty good.
Yeah.
Take that. But, I mean, speaking candidly, in a match like this, how much do you really put into it? Again, only 1 bullet wagered for both teams. It's day 2 of reload.
I just see it as a confidence builder and a feeler, really, for both teams, right? I don't think you go into this with a ton of prep and counterplay or anything too extravagant. You really just go in and try to continue to build yourself up for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, unless there's like a 7-1 or a 7-0 kind of result, which you can then take a little bit away from that, as long as this is anything in the realms of like 7-4 either side, I don't think you would take a whole lot away from a match like this. It's really, I think, also from an individual level, like you just want to make sure you're feeling good, have a good game, get some kills, play well, move around the map as a team, the way your coordination and communication works. Yeah, really just kind of focus on the fundamentals here. I wouldn't go as far to say as scrim level.
But sense ban from FaZe, by the way, that snuck through.
Yeah, don't see that too often.
I don't think I've ever seen that casting this game.
I'm sure we have at some point.
I Really? When?
Probably. I mean, do you know how many games we've done?
We definitely haven't seen a sense ban.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I can't fact check. So.
Well, you could, but it would take you a really long time to go through all the games.
It's clearly not a common ban. Has its uses though. You can split kind of a lot of that sort of line of sight down below in basement, and if you're going for a plant inside of server, you can cut off all that kind of line of sight through red. No Montang either for tunnel push. And so far, not a lot happening here, but it is basement on bank, and there are no roamers for phase, so no chance for W7M to find any conflict early. They just got to go through the prep phase, of which nicely done here from Dodes. It's 2 Vulcan canisters, 2 for the price of 1, and a 3rd.
Looking for the claw potentially as well on that hatch, but we'll need to go to the opposing side to get the angle on that, as I think it has already been cleared. There was the Mav above of Volps working that in the meantime. And so the groundwork here from W7M has been rather snappy. Pretty faultless for the most part, it must be said. Server breach posing some problems, but that shall be dealt with. Gold hatch in the meantime, the rear being worked. Dot's close by with that diffuser in hand, but still needs to wait for that breach to be opened up a little bit further for him to be able to crouch in, turn around, and turtle for the plant. Nitro Cell pre-ripped from Cyber inside of red, but he's taken down immediately. That could be a big inflection in the round and make that plant denial a little bit more challenging. Vidaking responds by rotating to gold. He'll be the follow-up Nitro, assuming KDS doesn't land his close by.
There's still 2 gas babe souls with 1 in hand, and as you mentioned, the Nitro Cell, so there's still a bit of utility for phase. Nitro Cell actually thrown up through the hatch, and well, I don't think that really came to fruition the way that they would have wanted, and with that, Dots is able to sneak in towards server and CCTV. Easy push and easy plant should go down because Vidaking's the only one that does remain. And while he does get a kill onto Loban, it's a bit of a pad stat.
A pad stat?
Stat pad.
What's a pad stat?
It's when you pat your stats.
What?
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 Nah, easy round in the end for W7M though. FaZe just never really looked likely. Although Vidaking keeps things alive, as he though now dies. Yeah, pretty good W7M to get the attacking round on basement bank. It's a good start. FaZe offered nothing above, just a full turtle 5 on site. And for me, the most concerning part was all that drone work in towards CCTV at the start just really denied a lot of their time denial in terms of the Vulcan canisters, etc.
Shock drone was devastating. If that didn't have the impact in which it did on that occasion, the time stall would have been far greater for the defense of FaZe, and it would have forced W7M into a hatch drop or potentially plan on wall, maybe even go for kills if they were really desperate, but instead they had comfort in the default. They dealt with the Nitros. Pretty classic round there of bank defense. Pardon me, of bank attack on basement.
Cyber on the Scopos. We go top floor now, inverse from FaZe, not looking to repeat down below. I mean, it's also, again, the kind of match you're largely going to play rather default. I don't think you're going to see too much out of these 2 teams, especially with so much more games to be played. Tomorrow's when it's going to get interesting for these teams, and the reason why I say that, of course, you can kind of wager more bullets and kind of look to lock yourself in for top 8.
Up to 8 bullets can be wagered as of tomorrow. First 2 days, though, a maximum of 2.
It's going to be fun to kind of see, you know, if you're a team that's on like 7 or 9 bullets or 8 or whatever it may be, do you go all in? At what point do you kind of say 3 or 4? Like, what are we kind of thinking here? That's when it's going to be intriguing. Unfortunately, we're off tomorrow, so we don't get to kind of play around with it. We'll just get to sit back and watch with everyone else, but yeah, definitely curious. Opening pick going on to Loban. Better start there for FaZe. More early contact, early pressure onto the attacking team at W7M. Far too lax on site in the previous round.
So Dode's on Rayora for the second round. I think it may have been Dez mentioned at pre-event that teams seem to be rather bullish on the Rayora, but I think we've seen it, at least us personally,
we saw it a little bit yesterday, but yeah, like
twice.
One or 2 rounds.
It really hasn't been near as prevalent as I thought it may have been.
I think it was 2 rounds overall yesterday. Do you add that into the strat saving though, as a new operator, and what you want to do with that, and also map and site specific kind of operator? KDS had a glance. Dots wanting to take that fight. Thinks that maybe he can win it with the better ACOG scope, but not to be. Cyber falls, courtesy of Palu, so the Hard Breacher gets one on the board. Deals with the scope horse, which is a nice pick. And still a decent amount of time in the round as well for W7. Just kind of slowly working their way through this round very nicely. Good pace. They find a good pick. All this now without Loben. And good pressure on both sides of the map. Can't complain too much with what W7M is doing. And a needed pick there for FaZe. And yeah, we're not going to see really the Rayora in action this round. As Dota's falls. 60 seconds left. Advantage with FaZe.
Onus here on Volps and being able to create a play with those Candelas, try and force an opening, try and assist the team. That breach in towards site, precarious, and Palu still on this lobby rappel. Eventually we'll need to surrender this position and push in through lobby, likely with the rest of the team to time it for a backstab. Still time to go for said play. Dot's still stranded outside. 3 Candelas though, 2 smokes. They will be critical if W7M are to think about a plan, and I think at this point in time it's probably something they'll need to very much consider.
They've been slowed down. After Dota has died, W7M haven't made any kind of progress, and yeah, the time is a big factor for them. KDS, and adding insult to injury, now FaZe is starting to push out a little bit because they know that W7M will need to scramble. So they're actually taking good space, and Palu didn't even realize that through the janitor hallway. Yeah, nothing Volps is going to be able to do here, even if he does get that kill onto Vidiking. No time, doesn't have kit, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, well played there from FaZe. Good stall out. Didn't give away anything for free as W7M looked to posture for the final push. Bit of a desync on that occasion. Palu still rotating. They lose a player, and in doing so, pretty much forfeit the round entirely at that point in time. FaZe just doing what they need to solidify their position. And so a rather competitive start to this match then as we prepare ourselves for the third round. It looks like Staff and Open Area will be the tertiary selection here for FaZe.
And final round as well before you then get that extra ban. What that may be, hard to say right now.
Activate jammer.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's kind of match that. It's again, one, you're not going to overhype. We're going to see these two teams. I'd be quite shocked if you don't get both of these teams in the final 8.
I mean, this is an exciting game if it maybe took place a little bit deeper in the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, if this was maybe a day 5 game or
day 4
to qualify, or like a day 4 qual game
or even
or
if
something.
it was a matchup that happened tomorrow and there was more wagering of bullets, etc.
Yeah, I think the main thing is the stakes just really quite are there for this match. I mean, it's 1 bullet per side. It's not going to have a massive impact really on seeding or just overall survival.
It's just a good litmus test for both of these two teams, where they're at, how they're playing, bring the form into tomorrow.
I hate to say glorified scrim, but I think to some extent this is just a good opportunity to get in there and play some serious siege without having to stress too much.
And also for both these two teams, I mean, there's just bigger fish to fry throughout later in the tournament. Sometimes you play your best siege, though, when you are a little bit more relaxed and there's not as much at stake. Palu looking to make a swift entry up above and towards top square, then drops and falls and dies.
That was rather unsuccessful.
I mean, this is a bit of a nothing round now, unfortunately, for W7M, when you've kind of got a plan in place and it just completely falters immediately. There was still 2 minutes in the round remaining. An easy one for FaZe, a couple of fist bumps.
I'm not sure if that's a set play they've maybe seen before, but one that they were able to react to accordingly. Was broadcasted by the Lion scan, and those defenders finding themselves in strong positions to be able to deny, especially that Amaru entry, and ultimately the Nook lurk later. Round 4 ban phase then, so the final for the half. Each team with an additional selection for their respective sides. FaZe will take out the Grim and Fenrir from W7M. Interestingly, the Fenrir is seeing 2 appearances in the first 3 rounds. Grim only played by Loben on the 1 occasion. That was in the opening basement round. I suppose for the double up here on said basement round, not wanting to deal with that.
We're literally going straight back there. Important important site, and you lost it. I wonder if they're going to change things up, actually. I'm curious to see, because last time it was just that full stack, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you look at the lineup, it's identical. They're going to bunker. They're not going to room here.
It's not even so much the fact that if they bunker or they don't, it's more so just how they play it. You know, do they put a bit more pressure into CCTV, not allowing, say, the Twitch drone from Dodez to be as impactful onto the Vulcan canisters? Do they look to deny that a bit more aggressively?
Yeah,
another common position is, say, like blue stairs. Do you send Souls over into that location? I can actually see in the bottom left, he is actually holding blue stairs right now on the smoke. Whether he stays there is a completely different factor, but didn't play it last time.
Well, in terms of denying default drone info, though, really good job. That's 4 taken off the board. You saw how aggressively they were playing off-site.
Well, they just gave up server too freely in the previous round of this site.
Well, it looks like there'll be somewhat of a roam employed with Cyber lurking inside of CEO. Rest of the team closer towards the objective, and Handy likely in a position to drop elevator at point of contact.
Same lineup, but so far looking like they're going to play this differently.
Oh, they're doing the inverted mirror, so the one facing in towards site, you break it, makes that default wall a lot more challenging to open. Well, we first saw it in OS, but I don't know if they actually invented it. They probably stole it, let's be real. I could be wrong.
Did they claim it? I can't recall.
I'm not sure. I love that strat though, it's good.
Yeah, so certainly W7M in this round are going to have their work cut out for them. A change up of ideology from FaZe, even though with the same lineup, which is good versatility. I mean, no one's surprised by that. FaZe are a champion team for a reason. Yellow ping information, and Cyber is hunting and ready for it with Loban.
Jeez.
Had yellow ping information as well towards elevator, and it stuck his Handy. That's a great swing from Loban, and well, FaZe have mixed it up. It's looking like it could be a similar result. And this is just good game sense. I mean, W7M know if they're playing a roam game, they're going to have people looking for trade positions. That's why now they're looking towards main stairs. Dots, Loban have absolutely read and played this to perfection. That is Siege 101. And now you get into the basics. Now Dodez is going in towards CCTV, dealing with those Vulcan canisters. W7M now go to the more structured and fundamental way in which you hit this site. They dealt with the roam perfectly and put Souls and KDS in an awful position. That's some clean siege. That's some high quality siege.
I don't think we've been blessed with a ton of super high quality attacking rounds so far. But yeah, certainly this one an exception.
It just highlights the teamwork as well between the two, the communication, the understanding. That's a spotted player in Souls.
Probably the only misstep in the round thus far that hasn't been completely punished.
Souls did actually then quickly found a kill onto Dots, but the frag grenade from Dots got the kill anyway. KDS can't get one more for good measure. And W7M really solid so far here on Basement Bank. That's 2 for them from that site.
Yeah, an almost faultless roam clear there in the end from W7M. I think FaZe were electing to play for the peel roam, probably looking to play contact and maybe really sap away at that drone economy, but instead got themselves caught in crossfires and unable to escape positions. Some clean shots then in response from W7M, who pretty much did not put a foot wrong in any point of that round. And completely punished FaZe. I suppose for FaZe though, their success on the other sites was rather good, so an opportunity still to very much close this out in a 4-2 fashion, provided they can replicate that.
Yeah, just watching some good siege. Just enjoying this so far. 2-2 scoreline. I think very much deserving for both teams. Both had some good moments. 2 more rounds to go in this opening half. Both winning their games yesterday. So they ended up actually being not picked or picking. They were just the remaining 2 teams.
Right.
Just worked out that way. Which is really what you want, right? Is there a world in which this ends up being... I'm going super early here. The Reload Grand Final. I mean, the answer is basically yes, because there is a world. There is a world in which it can happen.
Yeah. Part of me really doesn't want to see another all-Brazilian Grand Final in Brazil, just for the fact that imagine being the non-Brazilian crowd, the non-Brazilian team walking out to this crowd. The hostility would just be overwhelming.
Yeah.
It'd be scary. And then, obviously, the cheering and the support for the Brazilian home favourite would be immense. But more so focusing on your question, it's certainly a possibility. They're both playing well so far.
Saw the scope holes actually placed over towards ATMs.
Yeah. Cleared though, so Cyber now stuck in that shell.
Well, I think it's more of an informational tool than anything.
Yeah, potentially, sure. Yeah.
Well, it's a cross, and Dotas was watching. A little bit slow on the draw, but did land a shot into the shoulder of Handy. Yeah, pressure on the repel, certainly paramount, as Dots now gets himself in towards top square. There's one over towards Janitor. And it does eventually fall. It's a slow start from the superstar in Handy. 1 and 3. Opens up the defense for W7M. They've got player advantage. They've got good repel pressure, top square pressure. They're setting up nicely, but can Cyber be an important factor later in the round on that flank through Archives? He'll make his way over towards square. Something to consider here. Does he find anything? There is red ping, but so far, nothing to really see.
That was
Does
sharp.
get a nice down onto Palu on the roof, and Dots couldn't get the diffuser down. There was little time on that kit almost being planted on the floor, and with that, changes the complexion here entirely. So much so, a quick double puts an end to the round, and FaZe light up in the 5th. They go 3-2 up.
Certainly looking a little bit sharper on these secondary/tertiary sites on Bank thus far. W7M finding it a little bit more challenging to crack open a couple of these power positions, and FaZe then given opportunities to reroute. And with that able to claim what is only a 1-round lead at the moment. Tertiary now in play.
Well, this just kind of has all of the hallmarks of like a 7-5 who just gets a couple of those 50-50 rounds and just kind of edges this one out.
Yeah.
There's not a lot separating these two teams right now. And I mean, honestly, credit to FaZe. They're 3-2 up, and Handy has not really had an impact. Obviously, so instrumental in their run in Boston, and probably put a claim as one of the best players in the world when you think about the overall impact of a player and what they bring.
Camera in position.
And was one of their shining lights as well back in Sao Paulo 24 in that grand final. He did everything he possibly could.
Camera feed up and running.
Well, as we can see, the Valkyrie in play for the final round of FaZe's defensive efforts here in regulation. Dotas, though, in response, IQ in play, and perfectly demonstrating the ability to counter that utility. Can play on the roof and spot out these cameras, relay that to the rest of the team, and with clean communication, Paolo and others are able to sweep them up and deny some of that information gathering that FaZe will be reliant upon.
And I know it seems easy when you're playing that IQ, and you know, you kind of just whip out the scanner, and but you got to do it quickly.
And it's Bank. It's a massive map.
It's massive map. You got to do it quickly. You got to also convey that information to your team. And
oh, repel sprinting. Oh, that's nice.
Beautiful to see.
I can't wait for Cafe. I don't think we've seen one yet, right? Did you ever think I would say that? I can't wait for Cafe.
No, never thought that, as Dotas finds the opening pick onto Fnatic, who's been the star for FaZe so far in this match. Trade back though. Dotas doesn't live for long to claim in his glory, and KDS now gives FaZe the advantage. Over towards Kanto, KDS now will fall. A flurry of trades. The final round of this opening half in a 3 versus 3, and suddenly a very winnable round for either of these two, which has in some way maybe been the case for a lot of these rounds in this half. It's been tremendous to watch the quality on display. It's very much a case of like both teams can punish the other team. Both teams can be flawless. Both teams can be perfect. There's, again, it's just a matter of who's that little bit better on the day.
Tends to be the case with these inter-regional matchups, especially the Brazilian ones, where they just kind of know each other so well that it leads to very tight results. And tight results. Could be another tight round and another close finish here. Souls and Cyber with a bit of work to do now, down a player. A little creepy from Cyber. Towards main stairs, there is one there. It is Volves. The drone, will it catch him? Yes, it will. Very good drone, and they've still got 5 as well in terms of the economy. 40 seconds remaining in the round. The only thing that may help FaZe is that timer starting to shrink. Logic Bomb goes out from Loban.
And look at the flashes remaining as well for W7M. When they hit that site, I mean, what is Souls and Cyber to do? They don't even need the flashes, apparently. Souls does get one. Now in a 1v2. Drop down has commenced in towards open. Volt's looking for all the plan. They had to get that kill. And because of the whiff, like you said, Guz, he then loses his life. Could have become a 1v1.
He lands that, and he can reposition Printer.
To be fair, Volts did get off the plant to play, I think, in for the trade if Palu did end up dying. W7M tie things up 3-3. Deserved 3-3 in the half. But I think when you're the attacking team, you'll take that.
So the additional ban phase now to take place to kick off the second half, and we'll see how many differences they may end up being in comparison to the first. And already some significant change. Kaid and Habana both taken out. Bit of an interesting dynamic now with the simultaneous bans, followed up by the Castle and Ace. So quite a stark contrast. Castle, the only similarity to that opening half. All the others are unique for this particular set of rounds. What will also persist though is the pick of basement. Kind of anticipated that as well. And a rather similar lineup defensively. In terms of stall out utility, the expectation that W7M will turtle, and for FaZe it's about quickly gathering that map control, trying their best to flush outside utility, namely those Goyo canisters off the back of the shock drone from Handy. Try to primarily then go for the default plant, and failing that, either plant behind the chassis or wall.
I definitely feel like W7M in the very, very slightly better position. Now going on the defense. 3-3 in the first half. Kind of job done on the attack. What's FaZe got? Really need to get Handy going. 1 and 4. Hasn't made an impact so far. Maybe he can do so on the attack. Going to play the Twitch, see if he can somewhat replicate what we saw from W7M's drone work. Obviously no Kaid in play because of the ban by FaZe.
I mean, look out.
Hatches should be able to be opened up.
Far more active though on that first floor, right? Currently it is just Dots in basement. Everybody else looking to play a peel / fall off roam here to the likes of open area. Top blue, main.
Palu burning over towards blue stairs, as I imagine that Balkan canister got popped courtesy of the shock drone we saw get popped by Palu.
How much time can W7M stall out? Very much looking to lean more heavily into the clock than FaZe did on their basement defensive rounds.
Yeah, I think the key will be, can they stall out Staff and Open and then play the drop? But it looks like they've largely dropped except for Loban. And he's going to make his way down the hatch. Not a massive stall out considering so much time still remaining in this round, but it's a retake position towards blue stairs. Palu is not going to be swayed out of this position. Still has a Vulcan canister. He still feels strong that he can hold it. Thought about a peek and KDS towards electrical. Just letting him know you are being watched. Don't overswing, mate. You want to get the shotgun in hand. Now the time becomes a factor though. Zoto canister to deny the hatch for being opened up for now. Just a delay. And that's going to deal with the Vulcan canister.
Palu needs to now make a decision as to where he holds. Does he try to get back towards site? Does he elect to hold blue? He goes for the latter and does make it back towards the objective now inside of gold. Nitro Cell will then be in play for default denial in combination with Dots. At this point in time, it's still a rather even round, especially with that shock drone being effective. Default may very much be a viable option.
That was a big shock drone. I was going to say there's still a bit of Vulcan canister util on site, but you deal with that. 55 seconds, okay, the flames are ticking down, but you've still got 3 gas babes, 2 nitro cells. There's enough denial still in play utility-wise for W7M. FaZe have got a lot more work to do than maybe they even realize. And there may actually be quite a big emphasis on can they get lucky and get a kill onto Volps before we can use all of those gas canisters. Aggressive from Dots. There's one coming down bot main at Cyber. He loses the battle. And I think FaZe may end up losing this round unless something crazy really does happen. And that's a smoke. A double smoke over towards Garage. And this is just falling apart for FaZe. They have just not really had a shot in this round. The util usage has been amazing from W7M. They've played this perfectly. There was nothing Handy could do. He got completely smoked out. by himself. That didn't really help him, and in the end, that's just far too easy for W7M. I'm not too sure what those smokes were from Handy. Maybe to allow him to just kind of push through, play the right side, push up, but then you don't really know what's on the other side of that smoke, and I don't know about that.
I think for me, the biggest thing that stood out was the Vita King play with Grim, right? We see the Bees expended in through the likes of Red. That's to try and make it more challenging for the defense to deny default. And I think they fully committed to that play to such an extent that once the counter util came out in terms of the smoke canisters to deny default, FaZe then kind of weren't really in a position to adapt and maybe change things up. And in the meantime, eventually that Grim util had expired and they were left pretty exposed at that point in time. I think the smoke's then an additional layer to maybe try and force a play, but certainly didn't work out. And just overall, that defensive structure and the way in which it was played out from the very start with the open hold all the way to the very end with the util layering from W7M was significantly better than FaZe, who struggled to defend that side and lost it 2 times.
I mean, it's just been back and forth. There's not a lot separating these two. 3-4 lead for W7M, but on the defense, can they now extend that lead and really put a buffer? Neither of these two teams so far in this match has actually led by 2 rounds or more. It's either been equal or a 1-round differential. So an opportunity for W7M to extend that lead, go out to 5-3. That may even force out attack by FaZe. Bring the blitz, bring the Ying. And immediately off the back of seeing the operator combination here, FaZe, at some point they're going to get aggressive, look to really try to overwhelm the site.
What's the play here for Cyber? Perhaps it's to aggro here through into stock. It will be into the waiting arms of Dodes though.
So to go down the hallway, or it's got to be either the hallway or straight into stock, but it's one or the other, and it's going to be straight into stock, and Dodes was just slightly out of position, which did allow his entry. Handy down again, 1 and 6 for the star frontman of FaZe. Nothing really working for them in the last couple of rounds until that pistol shot from Cyber connects onto Fulps, clears out Janitor, has stock control, and certainly by no means is this round over. Still a winnable point for FaZe, even though 3v4, they've cleared a little bit of space for themselves towards top square, Janitor stock, so they're certainly hemming W7M back in towards site. A deep elevator position. Top main is obviously still there available, but you wouldn't be too displeased. And big kill from KDS, needed that one, and Loban will fall. Anticipating maybe a potential flank towards square, but it's not to come, at least not yet. Still over a minute remaining, but Cyber cannot get that shield low enough. He loses his feet, and with that, they lose the round. W7M go 5-3 up, and Norris is pumped.
Can you blame him, though? W7M have played really clean siege, really, from the first round, and defense, they are reaping the benefits of that, reaping the rewards.
Well, there is that tactical timeout, like I may have just said prior, that if they lose this one FaZe, it might be a time for a chat. Talk things over, because it is the largest lead of this match now in favor of W7M.
Some pretty focused phases there from FaZe. Probably sensing that they're losing grip of this match a little bit. Certainly not tilting or getting overly frustrated given the stakes of the match, but still they want to play better siege than this. W7M with a better read in the last couple of rounds are doing a good job in punishing a FaZe that are finding it a little bit more challenging than usual, I think, to adapt. But diamonds are created under pressure, and I think FaZe here very much can prove themselves to be, obviously, continue to be the best team in the world in responding here and bringing this one back.
Yeah, I mean, by no means are they out of this, but W7M building themselves up a nice little lead. So far, their defenses are looking really nice.
It feels like they're being genuinely beaten, though. FaZe are not hard throwing this game by any extent. Like,
No.
W7M are actually playing a really clean game.
Well, that's what I kind of said. I think when it was 3-3 really at the half, it was sort of like we're watching some really, really good Siege, high quality. You only have to be 5-10% off, and I'm going to be completely blunt, but that 5-10%, you're kind of looking at Handy, and he's at 1-6. And that's a key core piece of this FaZe roster, that when they're up and about, when they're making grand finals and at their best, he is a huge factor and a huge reason why they're able to do that.
Well, here's one damning stat as well, right? Last 5 rounds, opening kill, W7M. So FaZe really need to start tightening up this early round and maybe alleviating some of the pressure through the mid to late.
I'm reloading.
Might free them up a little bit to play that slightly more adaptive and free play style that we have obviously become accustomed to. For emphasis on the first minute of this round, typically when that opening kill has taken place, in that sort of minute to minute 30 range. I like this BPC inside of lobby, able to garner quite a bit of information. They'll eventually get a read at the Monty, the Twitch as well, posted up over towards ATM. That shock drone trying its best to deal with it, but it is positioned a little bit awkwardly. Handy, though, able to ultimately deal with it.
Seen some good shock drone usage so far from both teams in this match. I'd almost go as far to say you've got to win this round if you FaZe, otherwise the game's really gotten away from you. Yeah, really good start from Handy on the Twitch. So you go double shield this round, which will certainly aid in being able to get more into the face of W7M.
Well, that's clean.
KDS doesn't even get inside of the surf hub. He gets shut out by Dodez. And clean kill indeed. Palo able to reposition his Vulcan canister. They may feel a little bit more secure to sight, but it's stock control.
It's another opening duel going the way of W7M.
It feels like for FaZe, they're constantly playing on the back foot, and yet because they're so good, they're able to keep these rounds hotly contested. But you play enough rounds when you're just constantly behind 1 or 2 players, you're losing opening duels, it can start to get to you, and you can't keep... Oh, this is just surely spotted. Yeah, Dodez is going to die for this. That is either you're going to get the kill on the Monty or you're going to die. It's one or the other. You're not getting out of that.
Tried to double dip that round, went for the aggro peak stock and got a kill, and then tried to double down.
That gives FaZe a way back into the round, and Loban falls at the same time. Dots can't win his battle. Well, FaZe may have started once again on the back foot, but they're strong enough and good enough to get themselves back into a commanding position, and this is the best FaZe has looked on the attack. I mean, you could argue a little bit that W7M maybe gave them certainly some avenues, some opportunities, but FaZe are very much good enough that they will take those every day of the week and out of the tactical timeout. 4-5, and we continue on back and forth between these two juggernauts.
Yeah, gifted a little bit of a freebie there, but they capitalized. They got really good value from the Monty, and that was actually what aided in gaining that information, that intel, bit of space with that push through lobby. And funnily enough, it will be the Monty taken down, heading into round number 10 alongside Mirror, an operator that is quite prevalent on basement, and so a well-timed ban there. Probably just opens up a very brief discussion about objective rotations going forward with this new meta, if that's going to change up potentially at all.
Need to locate and defuse bomb.
Remains to be seen, and probably more so a discussion from maps that have 4 viable objectives. Bank is not really regarded as one of those maps. So to basement we go, and as expected, the Goya once again in play. Funnily enough, has not been a particularly effective defender on this objective, largely because of how effective the Twitch in response has been in dealing with that utility. So will we potentially finally see a round where that default plan isn't actually attempted by the attacking lineup? For FaZe last time, they did ultimately then get stalled out by the smoke and weren't in a position to rotate.
Would you have been tempted by a Twitch ban?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, well, they banned out Mirror, right? So you one or the other. Twitch is going to be effective in dealing with both. Yeah, the Monty ban, yeah. I see what you're saying.
Certainly had an influence on this match from both teams and against both teams. A pretty similar hold from W7M once again over towards that Staff open area. You've got one over towards Blue Stairs. That's Palu, so they're pretty much playing it rather similar. This time they know they don't have to deal with the Vontang for FaZe. I almost feel like I'm just sitting in on a really high quality scrim. I shouldn't be watching this. This is like red tape footage of two absolute beast teams just almost preparing for a deep run here at Reload. Last time out, it was the Shock Drone that was able to get rid of one of those Vulcan canisters. The other one was then later got rid of. That's a frag grenade to deal with it. Cyber, though, will be the opening death. And again, that's a stat that you kind of touched on before, but these opening engagements continue to go the way of W7M. It means it's another round that FaZe are on the back foot. It's another round they need to get one back, and they do so. Logan caught napping. Hello indeed, and goodbye, courtesy of Vidiking. And with that, you can actually get admin opened up, and you're kind of pulling Palu back now. You probably don't have the privilege of extending out towards Blue Stairs. You're a little bit weakened on site. Naturally, you want to bring the Warden back anyway.
Yeah, that's 7 opening duels now. And it's been rather mixed in terms of who's getting the kill and who's dying as well. It hasn't been down to any individual player.
Vulcan canisters popped in towards CCTV. Certainly avenues now for FaZe, how they want to play this. You've got admin control, you got, all first floor control. Getting good server pressure in towards CCTV. There is still one Vulcan canister actually attached to the wall.
3 gas babes and the the Nitro gold. Default's not the play here.
There is enough denial. They finally popped that, and as you said, default might not be the play. I imagine at some point, someone probably needs to make their way main stairs, but W7M will have the read on that.
Might be on Veto to drop the util, go for a drop, and Handy lurks.
Now, last time he smoked himself off, it was being watched, and he was unable to be effective. We'll see if he does change his approach, and there's not a lot of time. Yeah, this time sends it in dry. And that's the Handy that we know. And he gets a big kill onto Dots, weakens the defense on site for W7M. Plant in towards default by Souls will be successful. A much better round from FaZe, well orchestrated from start to finish. And Handy starting to just get going. And even though he does lose that battle, he drew attention of Dodes away from the site, away from the post plant, towards Garage. Big kill from Palu, though, and he stands up for his new team. 2v2, 25 seconds, and that's a big kill, though, from Souls, and now puts a lot of work to do for Dodes.
Well, reposition up above, so round now effectively over, as Vidiking can play Overwatch. Death mark as well from Souls, and so Dodes will walk to his death.
So well played from Souls. Great dancing.
Good attack overall.
Well, that is better from FaZe, and will we now see a tactical timeout from W7M in response to a 2-round win little streak?
Nah.
No? Okay.
I mean, I know I kind of called that sort of late, so I sort of knew, but I was about to say no anyway.
Well, it's not about, obviously, whether or not you're guessing. It's more so whether or not you think they should. Clearly, you think they... No, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think just due to the nature of the basement dynamic, it plays out quite differently to the other side, so you can brush it off. And presuming there weren't any massive, fundamental mistakes in that round that need to be corrected, I wouldn't be too concerned.
So after 3 rounds won consecutively for W7M, now 2 by FaZe, and we're all tied up once again at 5-5 as we were at the half at 3-3. Kind of said at the start of this game, it's kind of got that 7-5 written all over it. Very well could go to overtime, of course, the way things are going. But a momentum streak built up by FaZe. Again, a reminder for those just tuning in, 1 bullet has only been wagered from both teams, so the risk and reward as marginal as it can be. One of these two will be on 9 bullets going into tomorrow, the other will be on 7, so both teams, respectively, will be still in a good position going into day 3.
Yeah, it'll be a marginal difference as well in terms of seeding. I don't know if teams finishing today on 7 will be able to pick. I feel like that would still rank them too highly, right? Or is it like, would it be right on the edge? I'm not too sure.
If you're at 7, I don't think you're picking unless it's like right. Like,
might get very last pick depending on round difference, maybe. I mean, the other discussion as well is it means that these two won't face until the bracket as well, right?
Yep.
Because they'll be blocked out from one another. So potentially some of the strategy behind this matchup, right, in terms of selection and the bullets reloaded.
Big round coming up. You win this, you get match point. So Echo in play for Loban, which you always got to kind of be mindful when you're playing that Echo, how aggressive you kind of want to position.
Well, does the shock drone find it? I feel like the Twitch has just been so impactful.
Yeah,
in
the
this
Twitch
match.
has been like the MVP, again, from both teams. In the first half, it was so big for W7M. FaZe now also utilizing it.
F not ready to go.
Early logic bomb from Vidiking.
I don't know if both drones are still standing for Loban.
He has at least one in CEO. And
Okay, one was taken out. I got word. Oh, I don't know who that was in my ear. I think it may have been Medics. The GOAT. The other one poshed over towards CEO, so we'll make the default plant more challenging. Dodes finds another
one.
opening
How
kill.
many is that now?
That's +4. Wow.
I mean, like for a 5-5 game where it's been so back and forth, it's the one dominating factor that has overridden everything else, which is these opening kills consistently in favor of W7M, and Cyber just feels like he has to send it with Diffuser in towards airlock.
+4 Dodes, +9 overall for the team, mind you.
That's insane, considering the scoreline and considering how good FaZe have been in just being able to bring these rounds back. That was a huge defining moment. Cyber wins that, it's 3-on-3. Instead, it goes the other way. Vidiking and KDS with it all to do, and unfortunately the Docker falls. KDS is not going to be capable of salvaging this round with the Diffuser stuck in airlock. One inside a Janitor, and it will be Volps with the shotgun up close to put an end to the round, and it's W7M who have claimed match point against the SI champions. It would be a monumental win considering that, more so than the one bullet gained. You know, like you get one over the champs, you go 9 bullets up. It's a good start to the tournament. FaZe not overly worried, and actually W7M still have that tactical timeout in the back pocket, backed themselves in going to the 11th round.
I just love that cheeky grin from Norris. He's loving it. He's vibing out.
He was active yesterday in the match against M80 as well. Yeah.
Well, again, yesterday was such a great example of their ability to display mental fortitude. For those unaware, they were facing a 4-round loss streak, was it, before the tech issue? 3 or 4. And then we had 4 rehosts back-to-back that extended for maybe about 15 minutes. And I think some teams would have sat there and drowned in the negativity. But as the tech timeout actually progressed, we saw their body language actually become more positive. And then they came back into the server, able to close out round 12, push OT, get the job done. Played some really, really good siege against an M80 that were firing. And yeah, it's probably just setting themselves up with a bit of confidence for this match.
Completely honest here, but W7M deserve a 7-5 win.
I totally agree.
I don't think this deserves to go overtime. I think the statistic that we keep bringing up regarding the opening engagements is a highlight of the main differential point between the two teams. W7M have dominated that factor of this match, and the only thing that's kind of kept FaZe alive is just their utter resilience later in rounds to find a couple of picks and keep rounds alive. But for me, W7M certainly felt like the better team in the server by, again, a small margin, like a 5-10% kind of difference. It's not really huge. But you never count out this FaZe roster.
If they push to OT here and lose, I think they'd feel pretty hard done by, and justifiably so.
Yeah, I agree. Certainly a game that Handy probably wouldn't want to remember thus far. It's been a real solid team effort as well from W7M. You know, Paolo coming into this roster, he doesn't have to do much. He can just kind of help enable the rest of the team. There's so much firepower elsewhere. 4 Deathmark targets available for Souls in the Deimos and towards Archives. Vidiking, well, bucks the trend. That's an opening pick. Something FaZe haven't really had the pleasure of finding. Handy again, though, down early on the Twitch. While that logic bomb was ringing out around the map. Courtesy of KDS has one more available. Loban goes for a sneak in towards Archives, and he's going to find a free kill. The freest of free kills. Right into the back of Souls, who had no clue whatsoever that was maybe even possible.
Well, they exchange out the Goyo for the cap can and reaping the rewards of that with an aggressive roam, traps in play, comfortable gun, and they're finding picks.
That was actually a really strong nade, by the way, and it does flush out Lopen. That was some really good utility usage from Cyber. 3v3, minute left, 5-6. This has been a really good watch from these two teams. At the end of the day, even if FaZe do lose this, they're not losing it in a dramatic fashion.
Looks like their posture for a default. 2 smoke babes available though for W7M, so they should be able to stall this out with just enough time, depending on when FaZe I'd like to start initiating the plant. Cyber to turn around and go for it, but denied from the long angle garage. And there's no lurk potential there from FaZe for the trade.
No, there's not. And usually it's Handy that would go for the garage flank, but he's of course dead. Something that maybe W7M should have considered. They've checked it though. Now they can kind of bring numbers back, which they got the deep advantage. Deep through KDS, big shot, but he goes down at the bomb chassis. And I feel like this may be the end of this match. King would have to get this revive very quickly. 10 seconds, then get the plant down. Too much to do. No time remaining. And Volts and Palu, if they want, they can converge on this location, and they will. It's done. W7M will take down the SI champions here. Day 2 of Reload, and they'll go 9 bullets up going into day 3.
A solid result for W7M. But they're not going to get too excited just yet. Only the 1 bullet wagered from both teams and a long path forward towards the top 8. But nonetheless, just setting the tone perhaps for this event. And if we eventually see a rematch between the two, it could well be one of the best matches of the tournament.
There's just something in the waters in Brazil between FaZe and the W7M organization that's in theory 2 wins in a row for W7M as an org. Of course, different roster and all of that, but all fun inside. A good match, 7-5. Again, it's not as if FaZe are going to lose sleep by this game. They were very strong. They had really good quality. It was that kind of back and forth. You win 1, we win 1, you win 2, we win 2. And then it just got to 5-5, but W7M deservedly got over the line. Their early presence in rounds was the defining factor, and in the end, it just came back to bite FaZe.
Yeah, again, when you look back at the massive differential in opening duels and just the struggles that FaZe were enduring, the fact that they're able to still push that and claim 5 rounds in regulation is still a testament to their ability in the late round to show resilience, right? So, totally agree. They won't lose sleep over this result. They'll be somewhat disappointed, but it will be tempered, especially considering the stakes on this match and the fact that there's still so much to play for the first phase.
As for W7M, perfect result. Only wagered the 1 bullet. They go to 9. I think they'll be more than happy with that, because then they can start playing with the capacity that they have now, the extended capacity of 9 bullets going into day 3, then day 4, etc. if necessary. You take a really, really good match against a really strong opponent. They didn't even have a choice, of course, at the end of the draft yesterday, and I don't think they're going to have a choice again going into tomorrow.
That's exactly what I was thinking, right? Like, is any team looking at these two now and saying we want to play them tomorrow? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, even FaZe, like, you can't go and say we want to pick FaZe. You might not have a choice, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, ultimately, I think both are still looking really, really strong through the 2 days of reload that we've seen. Both teams won yesterday, a close one here, 7-5. And I don't want to go as far. Usually we might say, oh, it could have gone either way, 7-5. I don't know if I could say that, because I think W7M was the slightly better team today. So it's kind of like, FaZe maybe 10% off, W7M maybe a little bit 10% better, and that's the difference.
Yeah, it was a very close margin. Again, still a best of 1, so I do want to agree with you to some extent that it probably should have been theirs, but still at the end of the day, OT was, knocking on the door and we just didn't quite get there in the end. Ultimately though, W7M just setting themselves up nicely, I think, for this event, that we shouldn't count them out, because I feel like they probably were off the radar of many, considering some of their more recent international results, but you don't have to go too far back to remember just how good they really are.
The all-Brazilian bonanza is done. W7M take down FaZe, but guess what? 1 more match remaining today for the B stream, and it's the North American Rumble between some absolute titans. SSG, Dark Zero, after this.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Goals 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Rio ready for a reload?
With CJX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Goals 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Real ready for Reload?
With CJEX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJEX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJEX.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, A bold new R6 Esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
So the big match coming our way now is Dark Zero versus Space Station. A battle of two teams in North America that have shown good promise so far back yesterday on day one and now need to see if they can back it up day two. And honestly, for me, as soon as we got the schedule, I was like, this is the game of the day. Maybe even across both streams.
Yeah, I mean, W7M phase obviously had some excitement surrounding it as well, but only the one bullet on the line kind of dampened that one, I think, a little bit to some extent.
Well,
but
could we have another one bullet here? I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
I don't want to spoil it just yet, but it's not quite the same as it was in our last matchup. There's a little bit more on the line.
You just spoiled it.
Well, not the specifics. You don't know who's put up 2 and who's put up 1.
Okay, so I don't know either way. But we're about to find out, obviously, not too far from now. We'll go to Dark Zero first up. A team yesterday that I was, again, impressed with. I mean, I was impressed with both of these teams, but maybe for different reasons. I mean, FearX was probably the one that caught my eye coming into this roster, and obviously Citizen as well, but it seemed like they gelled straight away. And Spirit's offered also far more versatility for this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of his operators, right? And it was a discussion point heading into round 4 in that matchup against Fnatic over on Lab. Who do they ban out next? Because what we have seen some teams do with the additional ban now is use that as a target against the strongest player on the opposing side who's been the most impactful. Spirits continue to dabble in a couple of different operators which are really impactful, and it made that a difficult choice for them. That could well be a storyline that translates into this game. A secondary storyline to that as well, and it was highlighted by the desk pre-match, was the tempo for Dark Zero, a team and an organization historically so slow, especially on attack. We expected change, we wanted to see change, and we got it yesterday.
Yeah, and I think for Dark Zero, change was necessary, as you said. They got it, which you said. Spirits, though, I want to see if they can back it up again. Same with Citizen. The performances yesterday, great. Now you've got a different task, and also the precursor leading into North America League, Stage 1 to come. These are battles that these two teams are going to continue to have, I imagine. So a really good test in terms of that homegrown nature of this match, 2 NA teams. And I think that it's a difficult one to kind of look at as to who do you favor in this match. And that's a pretty good problem to have, because SSG yesterday were tremendous, and Newers was the main factor in that. What was it? 16 kills yesterday.
Yeah, went 16-7 plus 4 entry MVP across the entire day 1 here at Rio Reload. It was a 7-4 victory over G2 at Chalet. A roster that has become renowned for its discipline, and I think it was rewarded very nicely in that match. They also won the mental warfare as well in terms of some of the picks and play style, even a bit of banter in the all chat as well. They were dominant in that regard. SSG across the board played super well, and I mean, circling back to Newers as well, another stat to highlight, a 91% cost, so super consistent, having an impact in pretty much all but one round. So if Dark Zero fails to shut him out of this match, expect him to have another good game.
We've been a little bit fortunate on the B stream today with our map variety. That continues. It's going to be Consulate as our final map of the day for this match. SSG electing to ban Cafe. You said before, actually, at the end of the last game, you may be looking forward to a little bit of Cafe, not to be, at least today. It is DZ defending first up, and Consulate, I think, a really good opportunity for these teams.
Well, the context behind that being the repel changes in Siege X, and Cafe being one of the maps where we anticipate that to be most impactful. Consulate is probably not too far out of that discussion, right? There's a lot of repel-centric play, especially when you consider top floor, and so we may see some of those changes come into effect, namely the repel sprint and the ability to quickly swing around those 90 corners as well.
Another map that we get to see, actually saw a great clip from Fet kind of breaking down a little bit the bans that we had in the previous match of W7M and FaZe, especially in relation to the Ace Habana ban and the way that kind of changed the way you attack that map. Consulate, another kind of look in with that new ban system as to how teams are going to maybe target the map more so than the teams.
Well, we load in then for the opening ban phase, and we could see the bullet counts in play. 8 for Dark Zero, and they will wager 2 SSG reloading, 1 with a total of 7.
Well, that's the confidence then from Dark Zero's perspective. They come into this thinking they can get all 2 bullets to go to that magical number 10. For SSG, playing it safe, which is a fine strategy if you win this. Now, this is actually a really good opportunity to, again, kind of help out with this bullet system. If SSG win, they go to 8, but it also means Dark Zero go to 6 because they've wagered 2. So Dark Zero have a higher risk-reward factor. For SSG, it's lowered. It's minimum. It's as minimal risk as you can go. It means they can only go as high as 8 and then only as low as 6. So either way, whoever loses this match is going to be on 6 bullets.
Jeez.
Quick math.
You're good with it. You're better than me.
Not letting that get past me. Technical pause, but if you want, we've got the bans. Blackbeard, Dockerby has been banned out by Dark Zero. Of course, they are defending first up. And Kaid and Warden have been banned out by Space Station. But it seems like it is just a headset issue, so I don't imagine this should take too long.
They should be able to switch it out rather promptly. We've been pretty blessed here on the B stream for today in terms of the promptness of the limited pauses that we have had.
Well, it gives you an opportunity, guys. I'm going to throw you under the bus here. You've got the bans here. We've got some time. It's a tech pause. Early thoughts here into the relation of these bans going into a map such as Consulate and maybe what that may change. Again, because this is that new ban system, we haven't seen, obviously, Consulate with the ban system and the changes in relation to CGX, etc. And the way teams are going to have to navigate. And straight away, I mean, like the Dockerby Blackbeard, it's all about that kind of entry.
Largely on meta, right? Very versatile across any of the maps in the 9-map pool that we do have. I think defensively they're probably narrowed in a little bit more. Kaid is rather effective when you think about some of the exterior breaches on this site, and then going to lean itself into the Bandit if you want electricity and being rather effective. You think about top exterior wall, you've got Garage. There's also the odd hatch shield there where the Kaid, of course, will now be nullified, and so that could open things up a little bit more for the attack, force the defense into a bit more of a roam game to contest those particular areas of the map. Warden as well, an intriguing one. And with no Ying in mirror to that, not to be confused with Mirror the Operator, mirrored in terms of selection, she's now going to be very, very powerful on attack grab when you don't have that hard counter available.
Well, match of the day, Billy, I think, on this one. And the bullets are wagered there as well for DZ, so they've got something on the line here. Not as much for SSG, but I think it's still also the kind of match that when it comes to these North American teams, there's that inter-region rivalry that's always going to be there when you think about also the trash talk that comes through when we typically get teams like SSG and DZ. So I'm hoping we get a little bit of that to close out the day here on the B stream, because I've very much hyped up this game, at least for myself and maybe for others. And I know there's certainly going to be a lot of interest in how this match does play out, because North America yesterday was flawless. I mean, they were absolutely sensational. And coming into today, now you've got this NA matchup, which I think is just absolutely tantalizing. And heading into day 3, you know, you want to win this one, and the confidence builder would be certainly there. Even if SSG win and they only get the 1 bullet, you know, that's 2 wins in a row. That's a good start to the tournament. Things are looking great. Newest has been an amazing addition. Everything's going perfectly. But if you then lose this in a convincing fashion, even if you've only given up that 1 bullet and you go down to 6, it's still that kind of gut punch after an amazing start on day 1.
Yeah, I'm very keen to see the energy between these two teams in this matchup. A lot of vocal people inside of the server, probably the most infamous being Ashen from SSG. He was actually very quiet yesterday. Now, to be fair, inside of the server itself, he wasn't having an outstanding game. He was playing fine, but let the rest of the team inside of the server perhaps do the talking and maybe lock in a little bit more. I'm not too sure. But
well, I posed to you, who had the better win yesterday, SSG or DZ?
Tough question. I think in terms of, well, I was actually going to say in terms of difficulty of opponent, SSG taking on G2, but now that's maybe thrown into disrepute today off the back of Fnatic getting a 7-0, you know, very solid victory, and G2 find themselves in some sticky butts.
FearX beat G2 in a more competent fashion than even SSG.
Yeah. So I think it's probably too early to take too much away from those particular results, but
well, unfortunately, this particular headset issue is taking a little bit longer than we maybe anticipated. And it's just kind of the calm before the storm, if you will. Whether or not we get underway shortly, I'm not entirely sure. Get a reminder, Dark Zero are defending, SSG are attacking. We are on Consulate. This is also the last match of the day here on the B stream. Don't fret though. Your Hay stream is
you got plenty more
behind.
So there's plenty more action.
Plenty more action to come, which is great news. We'll be closing up shop early today, and for you and I, we get to kind of then sit back and watch the PSG M80 game.
Go back to the pool, watch the draft as well after the matches on the A stream.
Here, I want front row seats.
Yeah. The hotel room.
I want
the
to be
hotel
able to
food is a
listen
bit
to
better.
Fabian yelling.
Nah, the hotel food is better.
All right, we're getting underway as we've got the issue sorted. Into Consulate we go. Final match of the day for the B stream. Dark Zero again, defending first up. And for both of these two teams, it's just a matter of can they bring their day one form over to day two.
Split site, by the way, obviously.
Well, funny way to start things off for Consulate, yeah. That's not typical, is it? It's not normal. We don't necessarily see that all that often.
If you give me a moment, I'll go through some of the historical data and try and see just how many rounds have actually been played on this site.
It might be the whole round.
No. I promise you, I will find this stat before the end of the round.
I don't think you will.
You want to bet? I've got Dez's amazing tracker ready to go.
Reload 2 bullets. Okay. All right, keen for this one. And hopefully it does live up to the billing, because I would say W7M FaZe certainly did. That went 7-5. That was a good game.
I got it, by the way.
Oh, you've got it.
So
okay,
in the last year,
I'm 2 bullets down now.
In the last year, this site has been played on 19 occasions, and it has a 58% win rate for defense.
Okay, done their homework. Of Dark Zero. How is SSG going to formulate their plan of attack? They've got J9O on the glass. They've lost Ashen, though. There goes your Maverick. You've still got, fortunately, 2 other hard breaches, so you're well and truly not going to be too upset with that, outside of the fact that you do lose the opening engagement. Fultz also cops half his health on the run back after the exothermic explodes. So, small wins to begin for Dark Zero in the opening round. SSG, a little bit sloppy to begin.
Triple primary hard breach, so they do have backup options now, but SSG prompted to rotate. We'll seek map control now from Bathroom and the CEO half the map across, potentially. Look to maybe build some pressure from that perspective. But it is certainly going to hinder their pace. Elsewhere, Benja on the lurk inside of Visa.
Oh, gets caught as the Kiba barrier exploded. His position then became volatile.
From above as well. I mean, there's nobody from SSG anywhere near that position.
I mean, this is a wonderful start for Dark Zero on the split site. They've had full control of this round. SSG just have basically scraped their way into the building. Still a Grismot mine as well in the pocket for Pampersu, so you can elect to throw that one out later in the round. We saw some great Twitch work in the previous match for FaZe and W7M. We'll look to see if that does continue in this match as well, if it is going to be employed fairly often. .45 seconds left. SSG still trying to formulate a plan of attack despite being 2 players down and Fultz on half health. Absolutely vital that they get the next kill if they're going to have any chance, but I think time's going to be almost an even bigger factor at this point in comparison to the player difference. There was a chance there, Spirits with a little swing peek, but Fultz unable to get the kill. What he does do is he gets into towers so he can get the plant down.
Well, denial tough.
Yeah,
the line
cover.
being held.
J9O on the glass, making sure. Let's see whether or not anyone's heading over towards Spiral. As he watches that barricade get torn down from afar, he is very much ready and waiting. We are into a post plant. Nitrocell from Naif was successful, and I'm not sure exactly what Spirits is doing there. J9O, it got himself a second kill here.
Oh, timing. Knew was now to try and lurk forward. 15 seconds. Keep that mind on that fuse.
Where's J9O
able to get the kill. Naif taps it, but will fall off. Citizen needs to aid, but Naif does it all on his own, able to get it just in time. Can J9O deny? He will. Citizen unable to cover, and SSG have plucked this round from nowhere.
I mean, they've absolutely stolen that one. Blind robbery to begin on Consulate. It was all Dark Zero to begin. It was a 5-on-3, half health as well on Fultz. Some questionable decision-making from Dark Zero. It just seemed like at the end they were running around like headless chickens. They panicked. As soon as that became a post-plant scenario, DZ panicked.
I think they were so confident positionally and strategically that the plant was never going to go down. That by the time it did, responding was a challenge. We saw the denial from the Nitro couldn't come into play because the coverage from SSG was clean. And then the control above became a little bit questionable. There was that weird duel over towards Spiral, which Spirits then eventually maybe didn't get a comm, or there was a miscomm or whatever, just ran straight into that same position down below and died. Uncontested. Yeah, a bit of a strange one to try and break down there, and Darkzo will be moderately frustrated.
I need a bit more yelling though from Ashen and SSG after that kind of round. I thought we were going to get some kind of trash talk. There was actually a comment in the chat.
But it wasn't on the stream, so we won't mention what it was, but it was quality. Oh, there we go. Thanks, medics.
Oh, thanks, medics. I mean, that's what you want, though, if you're SSG, because things were very sloppy to begin with. They really kind of struggled with the initial pressure from DZ. Ashen on the blitz this round, so a full change up from triple hard breach to none for Space Station. And that one's not exploding for Benjo on the Flores. Rotero will not go off, it is stuck.
Going for a drive. Nest ready to knock up.
Maybe posturing for a blitz skylight drop here.
Obviously no Warden in play, SSG banning that out.
And again, that does enable the Ying, which has been picked.
Playing into the bans very well at the moment, SSG. So Kendall is thrown out from Vault. He does keep one available. Naif actually sitting in the smoke that has been deployed towards Top Yellow. Oh, they've walked straight past him, though. It's an easy double for Naif. Ashen and Benja not even questioning that positional hold towards Yellow Stairs. A 5 versus 2 becomes, though, a 4v2. As J90 on the glass, able to get just something. The hope is still there for SSG after they won the 3v5 in the previous round. Could do something similar here, but you're going to have to recover that diffuser, and it's not going to be an easy round to do that. And that should be... Oh, Newers!
Not again.
I couldn't even get the words out of my mouth. I was about to say that should be an easy kill for Pambazoo, but no. And Newers and J90 have suddenly now made this somewhat winnable. Surely Citizen with the yellow ping information wins this battle. Yes, okay, that's job done. Crisis averted if you're Dark Zero. And only 60 seconds left. This superstar player in Newers on his new roster, MVP yesterday, surely can't pull off the 1v3. Surely.
Well, there's still that yellow ping info, so... Newers' position very much known, and Dark Zero will consolidate. Clean round defensively, spearheaded off the back of the double. Over towards that yellow stairs position. SSG looking to lean into the ward and ban, but the Ying not quite as effective as they would have liked. That blind spot not covered. And then put the rest of the round really into disrepute. Newers tries his hardest to break across.
He played that really well. Probably deserved the kill onto Spirits, to be honest, and was ready for the trade. But a great round. This is Kenny.
I love his energy.
It was a great round because it was a 5v2 and they were able to finish off the job this time, unlike the opening round. I mean, I'd say Kangaroo Kenny's probably sensing that this should be 2-0 for DZ. It's not. They're starting the rounds well. That's the main positive if you're Dark Zero.
Yeah, I'm a bit perplexed as to how that set play was able to fall apart the way in which it did for SSG. You'd imagine they would have pre-droned or had information readily available for that yellow stairs push, unless the play is to try and overwhelm in time in the hope that you get that position and cut off the retake. That could also have been a potential option, so... Look, credit to play made down below there from Nath. Rightly rewarded. Basement for round 3, mirror available, so in play as anticipated. As mentioned prior, SSG banning out the Kaid, and so that does expose this particular side a little bit to the hatch from above, and so the anticipation will be, especially with the castle in tow, that Dark Zero will extend up above.
Well, 2 rounds, 2 opening kills for Nave, 5 and 2, good start for him. Once again, J90 deployed on the Glaz. I think the test for me, well not for me, for SSG, for me, would be can they start to get a little bit more involved earlier in these rounds, you know, find a pick and, you know, stretch that Dark Zero defense, force them to have to play undermanned. Makes it far easier to attack into these rounds. Inverted mirror.
Bravo Clutch drones as well in play into the Capcan, so just something to note. And J9O again will be looking to play off these smokes as he did in the prior round with limited success. Clutch drone focused currently on side information, and so maybe suggesting that SSG will look to focus their efforts a little bit more directly in towards the side itself and prep for a plant toward the breach. If they find that window, though, of opportunity. Maybe relying on a lurk elsewhere for a bit of back pressure. Hatch opened above. Always finds the first.
Well, that's better. That's what you want. And it's actually onto Naif as well, so he's been involved in all 3 opening engagements now.
Well, the problem is, though, hard breach limited here for the attack.
And no Selmas remaining for Faults.
Wall is open.
But all opened up.
Just to keep a barrier obscuring it. I thought perhaps the wall was actually unopened, but not the case.
I think SSG are more than happy with the way things are playing out right now because they're starting to get J9O into a position where he can play the Glaz through the smokes. Citizen on the move, and he did end up finding that kill onto Benja, but Volt and Newers get 2 themselves. Slight advantage still for SSG.
Hatch still a concern. Spirit's the danger man up above with the UMP in hand. Minute on the clock. Faults, though, has been able to go deep. Over towards Cafeteria. Shorty in hand. Can Spirits find the Vert now left all alone? Well, the answer will be a resounding no. Spots one pillar, but gets turned on. J9O, clean shot.
Yeah, clean shooting from J9O and a clean round from SSG. They got the opening kill, followed through in the remainder of the round. Pretty much a main breach hit where they really put to power that Glaz. 2-1, and yeah, back and forth to begin already for these 2 teams. Dark Zero
Ying
unable to capitalize in that opening round, really the main deciding factor, and it's the Glaz that has been
Well, it's got to be the Glaz or the Ying. With the Warden banned out, you just don't have that tool available to hard counter, and clearly, as we've seen, the Glaz has probably been the more effective.
Just like, I'll go on the Kali.
Yeah.
Not quite the same, but a little bit funny. And the smoke also banned out by SSG.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Oh, fun start to this one, though. Probably not the amount of trash talking as I was anticipating, but that's okay. Maybe we might get it towards the end of it.
No, we're just warming
yeah, we're just warming up.
Early days.
It's early days. Wouldn't surprise me if this ends up being somewhat similar to the FaZe W7M game, where we get some really high-quality siege and 2 teams that maybe don't want to show necessarily everything that they've got in the strat book.
Do we envision either of these 2 teams making a deep run into the 8? I mean, there's every world in which either can make the 8, but...
I mean, the thing is, right, like, we're kind of going off the back of just really day 1. Both teams ended up obviously starting very, very well. There was MVP, and so far, in terms of the siege we're already watching through 3 rounds here on day 2, again, you can really see we're starting to see North America really kickstart, you know, this campaign in terms of the 25-26 season off on the best note. And the way things have started for these 2 teams, it really has to be make top 8, and then how far can you go from there? I don't know if we've seen enough to really answer that question.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced they can take down Brazil, but I certainly think that they have Apex number, but maybe even can take a leap above at least the majority of EU at this event.
So far, though, intriguingly, SSG 3 rounds in, and no kills for Ashen, no kills for Benja, 1 kill for Fault, it's 4 for Newer, 6 for J9O. Usually when we get that mid-game, it's a ping check, but we are on land.
Back to the split site again here for Dark Zero. So backing themselves off the back of losing it last time, despite being in a very strong position towards the late round.
Slow to make contact at the moment in this 4th round.
Just looking to gradually take this space, try and suffocate the defense a little bit more. Citizen does find the opener, though.
That's a big one onto Newers.
Especially the Deimos.
Oh, hello.
Unchecked.
Yeah, Naif just kind of sitting over towards server stairs and gets a freebie onto Fault, who very much wasn't ready for it. The spray's a little bit off, but Ashen looking to get that plant down inside the server.
Not again.
Surely not again. 2v4, it will be a post plant. We've seen this story already play out so far for SSG on Consulate. This must be a round win for Dark Zero. They cannot allow SSG to get another 2v4 post plant. Ashen on the blitz. Can he be a nuisance? And Benja's got the license on the Ash. Well, never mind. That has been revoked as Citizen finds his second kill of the round. And Ashen by himself. Does he feel like he's been sneaky enough? Plays off the sound cue and may be able to at least deny one, and he will.
Oh.
12 seconds remaining. Really, the only way he should be able to win this is if there's not enough time to then get the diffuser, and Nafe has eventually made his way up. And a couple of extra shots for good measure. A little nerve-wracking though if you're a Dark Zero fan, because you've probably seen this story before, not that long ago even in this game.
I think a couple of those smirks are relief.
Also, Ashton played that really, really well.
Yeah, yeah.
He knew he only had one win con, played to it, and almost got the chocolates, but it's 2-2. Dark Zero respond. They do not allow another Calamity. And so far, not much separating these two teams. I would imagine that's the A stream players.
It definitely wasn't Ashen. So, round 5 then, as we prepare to propel ourselves towards the final portion of this half. Even game thus far. Dark Zero finds success on the split site this time around. And SSG looking to recompose. Full suite of repicks here from the attack. It's very interesting operators that being brought into the fray. I thought perhaps we would actually see the sense stuck, but instead Ashen reverts back to Blitz, but Benja given the Nook license for this 5th round. Just the 1 kill for him so far in this match, so a little bit quiet, especially by his standard. Maybe SSG just sensing that they want a little bit more lurk threat around the map. Just try to find a little bit more pressure away from the objective to detract from the main push. Pretty remarkable that Dark Zero is so competitive in this match when you look at Pamba and NJR both on 0 kills. Typically, when you see those kind of scorelines, it does indicate some weakness.
Pamba had a rough day as well yesterday.
Yeah.
Although so did Nafe. Both of those two players, 79 and 74 EPS respectively. Nafe, though, responding today, 7-3 after a great start. Pamba's struggling a little bit. But it's a team game.
Yeah.
Right now it's 2-2, and that's all really that matters. I mean, it's just, like honestly, even the SSG side of things, Ashen, Benja, Volts, all just with the 1 kill so far.
Does Benja find this pick lobby onto Citizen?
And Citizen close left in towards Lounge. Benja creeping over, although Citizen very much ready, but he couldn't get the kill. A little too trigger happy, and Benja able to escape with just a flesh wound. Citizen expecting, though, maybe a flank.
Yeah, Benja will just continue to lurk and try to maintain that phantom pressure below. Meanwhile, the rest of the team can continue to chip away at the vert control themselves.
Yeah, ramping up the pressure there, SSG, over the last 10-15 seconds. Just kind of dealt with a decent amount of utility, good control.
Time though will become a bit of an issue pretty quickly here, and Dark Zero can peel yellow, I think.
Oh, this is a good push though from Ashen, and will get the kill. Bit of help from Faults playing behind the shield of the Blitz, and Citizen overwhelmed.
That now prompts the re-aggress from NJR above, looking to try and find something back.
They've only had an opening kill once so far in this first half, and they were able to convert that into a round win. And Ashen continues to just push forward, being super aggressive on this Blitz. He knows his role and what he needs to do. And that's NJR.
Gets a kill.
That was stuck in the corner, but he was able to turn around and make the most of a rather difficult situation and finding that elimination. 3v3, 30 seconds, as close as it can be, and certainly one of the more competitive rounds that we've had so far. Can the plant go down successfully? Well, I think it was Ashen that maybe was going to be the one to be able to get that kit onto the floor. He has been eliminated. The Blitz now dealt with. Kit needs to be acquired. At this point, there's only 13 seconds left, Newers. You can't be too worried about down below, and Spirits has been able to win out anyway from Closet. Well, the round has gotten away from SSG. This time, they got the opening kill, but they could not convert. A strong hold from DZ.
Nice kill on the Blitz. Lovely stuff.
It was a nice kill on the Blitz.
I mean, that was...
And that changed the round.
Well, for me, monumental moment even just prior to that was NJR backing himself into the corner there, yet finding a kill before going to the grave was really critical. If he gets caught there and the rest of the team then is able to be overwhelmed on the objective a little easier, it could have played out quite differently. Spirits as well showing great adaptability in that round. Typically known for being more aggressive on entry and mid-round, but his ability to anchor in the late round there was another big factor. So clean work there from Dark Zero. SSG now forced to respond in an attempt to even out the half. Looks like they'll continue to commit with, I was going to say continue to commit with Blitz, but that won't be the case. Blitz played in 3 of these rounds thus far. Okay, Ashen back on it. So looking to implement it into this game plan. And the execute here, likely a set play with the Rayora into the mix, alongside both the Ying, which should be very impactful with the Warden off the board. Smokes from Newers as well, and the Cap should also be quite helpful. So we'll see what they end up going for, if it's an admin clear or perhaps more direct CEO. Options are plenty here for SSG.
And we've seen, I think this is about the 3rd or 4th time now that we've seen Rayora throughout the 2 days played for us. Don't know if we've really seen it to its full potential. And this very well could be a round in which we maybe see J9O really put it to good use. Benja holding over towards Breach. Cross was successful. Trying to go through. So far, a lot of these rounds have been largely, in the early portions, dictated by Dark Zero. In the previous one, of course, an opening kill for SSG, but with a minute left on the clock. DZ are the ones that want to be aggressive. So far, that's been successful, and that's been working for them.
That's a massive drone, by the way, feeding a ton of info, meeting through to split. Will be really impactful in the late round in terms of what they want to go
This
for.
vending position is going to be difficult to clear with the ADSs there.
ADS charges now catching Capitao bolts, so much harder to clear.
Yeah, you can't lose Benja, and he has just been struggling in this game so far.
Double
Although
run
that
out.
is a super aggressive double run out, and Citizen's going to lose his life for it. You've pretty much just given them one back for free. Negating that opening kill for Dark Zero. The panels have gone out there from J9O.
What are they posturing for? I guess covering this against the swing allows for a bit more freedom with the vending clear.
You've still got to keep an eye on it, because Dark Zero themselves can open that. Over Spirits and vending, this is going to be a key battle. Spirits looking to maybe give that one up. There's only a minute left anyway. Deployable shield's still up, ADSs as well. Newis has all his bolts, and that's a big swing from Spirits. He retakes. Maybe just trying to lull SSG into the sense that he was going to give that position up. Instead, comes back for more, and he will benefit.
Really clean positioning and smart play there from Spirits. Nets Dark Zero the
You've got to get
advantage.
this blitz into the building and get into action. There's 30 seconds left. Ashen needs to lead forward and help Fultz and J9O then play behind him.
Yeah, they have 2 Candelas. Eventually probably going for a CEO window hit.
Dark Zero have got the numbers and they've got the position. There's not a lot of pressure on them on site. Candelas will go out from Fultz. One over the table. Good read from Fultz, but the numbers are there for DZ. They can answer any push into sight, and there's only 7 seconds remaining in the round. J9O very low, so is Ashen. It really should be easy as pie for Dark Zero. Really solid way to close out the first half. They take a 4-2 lead, and arguably, you go back to that opening round, it really should have been 5-1.
I think that's what Kangaroo was saying, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure he was literally just shouting out 5-1. I could have been mistaken, but yeah. He knows that that should have been the scoreline, but ultimately it's not, and so Dark Zero now still need to be quite cautious on this attacking half, but that last round from them, fairly clean. Really like that vending hole, and the reposition from Spirits was really, really nice. Forced the rotation from SSG, then DZ still having the Tachanka available late, able to deny the CEO plant position, default near the window, forced to go deep, players in the back line, positioned well. And overall, a pretty good half from them. So we transition over towards the second now. Kaid Warden off the board. the exact replicant of the first half, followed by the Blackbeard and the Ying. Last time out, it was the dog to be taken out in exchange. And so, in some respects, it's going to play out in a similar fashion. I do wonder if that was an anticipated ban there from SSG, that DZ would also take Warden off the board, and so that's why they also took out the Ying. Again, I guess that's another thing to note with the new ban phase. It's now simultaneous. It's not taken in turns like days gone by. So excited to see how this will now play out.
And there's always that thought process too, as to what are they also going to ban later in the half?
Yep.
And how does that maybe combine as a combination of bans, or will it be? And that's kind of what I really like about this ban system, is you can kind of use it in many different facets. Preemptively, okay, we don't want to deal with these operators. Preemptively, okay, this person plays these operators, so we're going to target ban. Or strategically, we're going to ban this, and then we're going to ban that later.
And having a total of 3.
There's so many different ways that you can really use this system.
Yeah, you can really hone in on a specific type of operator. Not that we're really seeing it on this occasion. I mean, to an extent, right, that Warden Ying interaction, and by extension what we saw in the first half with the Glaz as well, I think changed up the dynamic quite a bit. So we could see something similar here. NJR picking the Glaz here for their opening attack.
Semblance of a roam lineup here for SSG on the defense to begin their second half. Something that Dark Zero will need to be prepared for. DZ just happy to kind of take their time right now outside of the map. Kind of see what SSG are doing, get the drones in. Yeah, they've lost a couple so far.
Yeah, everybody's still outside the building looking to gather information, which has been impeded quite well here by SSG. You look at the lineup, right? You've got the Mute Mozzie combo plus Solace. Gaining that info will be quite challenging. Maybe Dark Zero will then elect to go a little bit more direct in the face of that, but easier said than done with the vert hold, the line of sights, etc. Very tough on this objective.
This is where I really like Spirits on this Dark Zero roster, because he can play one round of the Montang, and then on another round he can play the Blitz and be even more aggressive and completely just change it up. And then another round you can put him on a gun and get him to entry in. It's a super versatile player that just adds a huge layer of complexity for this Dark Zero roster for other teams that they have to deal with now.
And the Monty is great into this lineup because you can get nearly risk-free info.
Speaking of the Montang, speaking he shall come, and Panthers who catches J90, who was a little bit distracted by the Monty on the other side of the wall. Spirits then pulls out the pistol. It's an aggressive Monty. He goes to 9 kills, continuing his good work from yesterday. And Dark Zero making rather swift work of SSG's defense until Benja got involved looking for just his second kill. He wasn't able to confirm it. Newers will do that for him. Makes it a 4 versus 2. The MVP yesterday in Newers is going to need to probably make an MVP performance if they're going to win this round, SSG. Spirit's low, does have the diffuser in hand. Smoke goes out. Needs to keep that extended shield up. Newers was watching through the hatch. Can Fultz find anything from below? Yellow ping info, and because Spirits was so low, that shotgun was immediately able to get the initial down. Not finished off, never mind, went soon. Newers will claim it. 20 seconds, and indeed, very winnable for SSG.
This is such an awkward round with one below, one above. The vert pressure here from SSG is immense.
Nave caught on the run. He's able to acquire the diffuser. He can reposition inside a piano, find a different spot to get this down safely. There is cover, but is there cover from down below? Not necessarily. Oh, good cross from Citizen. Newers just sprinted. He hoped he could maybe at least just deny that plant from going down. Would have won the round. And Fultz now in a 1v3 post-plant. Dark Zero, I think it may very well be a case of crisis averted. SSG threw one last Hail Mary at the end of that round, but it did not land.
Good fucking calls. Good fucking calls. Well played, Sam. Good shit. Let's go.
Kenny's exuberance always on full display when Dark Zero win their rounds, and well, rightfully so. They lead 5-2 over SSG, and they're making this look rather easy. You go back again, that opening round should have been DZ. They have had total control of as we have continued on in this match.
Yeah, I love the game plan there from the attack, which was, let's initially go direct, play off the Monty, and that completely negates the Mute Mozzie plus Solace combination offsite. then you run into the problem of the vert control, but we saw decent discipline in their ability to eventually get that plant down, and by being just patient enough to allow Citizen to go above and cut the cross for the top floor denial by planting on the marble and denying the player down below in basement, they were able to find that right balance.
This is
doing
why
so
they
3-round advantage.
This is why they reloaded 2 bullets for this match. Dark Zero were confident coming in. SSG maybe not as confident despite their victory yesterday, despite having an MVP player yesterday. And you know what's intriguing about, I mean, there's always that fan view of Dark Zero that they give their fans heart attacks. I don't know if they're having too many. I mean, actually, in this match, they've still had heart attacks even though they're 5-2 up. So I think they're still holding on to that a little bit.
There's a heart attack in the opening round. All the DZ fans have already dropped dead. But they've certainly refocused after that.
Yeah, I mean, they've been really clinical since then. It's been, 3-4 solid rounds in a row. They've got a nice lead. The old DZ would somehow choke this from here and really put them in the coffin. You've got to find a way to get Ashen and Benja involved here on the defense for SSG. Whether or not they get aggressive or hold back, play sight.
Nitro!
Oh, shot out. Well, quick work from Pambazu, but Benja, well, I mentioned Benja and Ashen, but they get involved. Ashen's Nitro does get shot, but Benja finds the kill onto NJR, and it's a big one onto the Grim. No quad hive launcher this round now for Dark Zero. Nate's just going to send it top yellow. And again, the versatility on display for Dark Zero. 1 round at Spirits. Now it's Nafe on the Montang. You get Spirits on the Glaz.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pieces of this lineup make sense. You have the Glaz in play with the Warden banned out, the Monty on the table, because again, Mute Mozzie combination makes droning a challenge.
Oh, good nade. Great nade. And Ashen can't do anything about that one. They gave him no time to be able to react, and that's a really good kill for Dark Zero.
Nothing you can do there. Maybe try and take one with you, but even then.
I think he kind of started to posture towards that window, thinking, I've got to swing this and see if I can get someone. But it was too late. Good response from Dark Zero.
SSG still with double Nitro though, so plant denial is a strength for them. No gas babes remaining, however, and so SSG may find time management a little bit more challenging here.
Oh, big Nitro. You mentioned they still had some Nitro cells in pocket. Newers is able to land his onto Nave. Of all people, the Montang falls. That's a big part of the puzzle for Dark Zero. Still time available to make something work. But unfortunately, Spirits had used his final smoke grenade. Who still had one? It was Nate. And he's no longer there. And Lewis and Benja are able to get firing. That's Kit. That's now a 4 versus 1. And that's SSG just saying to DZ, we're not done yet. We're still going to fight this one out.
A largely one-dimensional attack there from Dark Zero, which can be okay if the Monty is standing.
But
once the Nitro
it's a
landed,
Glaz push.
Yeah. Once the Monty falls and the Glaz is not in a position to find a pick with those defenders playing quite safely around the likes of Split and CEO, it was always going to be a bit of a challenge. And then Pamba, to his credit, tried to go for the lurk, but bad timing there with the swing over towards Spiral. So just one of those rounds for Dark Zero. Nothing to get too upset over. For SSG, an opportunity to just focus up a little bit. I think they'll be pretty happy with how they broke down the wing cons there for the attack. Basement will go for the next round. Scopos in play, Vigil as well. So expecting quite a heavy roam here from SSG. They have the Anchor Ops available in the Maestro and the Mirror to play down below with a bit of safety still.
Big round as well from Benja. Gets himself into the round. And even though Ashen didn't necessarily net much from that, he was more impactful with his positioning, utility usage.
He ate a grenade, so that was something.
He ate a grenade. And his Nitro got shot out, but it was the right idea.
My evil eye has your back.
So only the 2-round differential here. I mean, this is certainly still a good position for Dark Zero to close out, but SSG will be hot on their heels on defense. You can really string those rounds together, really snowball. Dark Zero going for the Glaz again, but this time minus the Monty. And again, more bans after this round. Something to consider.
I wonder what we'll see. I'm anticipating maybe a Glaz mute. I'm a little bit more confident in my Glaz call, but We shall wait and see. Mirror on the exterior.
Depends if SSG feel like they can either deal with it, because if they win this round, then it's 2 rounds in a row that they've beaten the Glass, right?
Ooh. Newer's opportunity goes begging to find a freebie. A difficult chance at that, but one that has gone begging.
I would be surprised if it's maybe even a Grim ban for SSG to go with the Ying, the Blackbeard. We'll wait to see after this round. So posturing towards main breach.
Impact trick. He was still lurking above in closet.
Yeah, I was about to say, I wonder what the Scoposs is after, and he's just kind of happy to sit inside a closet right now.
Well, it's a rather heavy roam. 3 off site currently. As expected, the anchor duo of the Maestro and the Miro J90 Faults, respectively, still basement. So we may see a 2-pronged approach here from Dark Zero. Focus breach, and then a lurk from behind.
Oh, the Scoposs has actually been found and dealt with, though, courtesy of Citizen.
Yeah, Newers must have hit another bad timing above.
Chipong rings out. Dark Zero maybe sensing an opportunity to pounce. Just a clear on the backside from NJR to add an extra layer for Dark Zero. So you've got main breach, but then you've also got one lurking through server. And this is a really good way to attack this site. Get that pinch if you can onto the defenders. Keep them kind of trapped in towards site. Put pressure on. So it's kind of like a 2-3 split right now for Dark Zero. Really like this. Comes down to the execution though, first and foremost. NJR, oh, the timing of that one. The Bailiff was out temporarily. Good swing. Ashen does eventually go down. Thought the Vigil maybe could have got one. The timing is everything in this game at times, and the chance still for Faults. No, he was given a slight reprieve, but this may end up being flawless. Indeed, it will be. Dark Zero have got themselves 3 match points. Ashen was this close to maybe getting a freebie on to NJR, but a well-deserved couple of match points here for Dark Zero, being the better of the 2 teams in this game.
So 1 more additional ban per side as we prepare for round number 10 and 3 match points for DZ. Vault Glaz. That was right on the Glaz. Who did I say for defense? I can't remember.
Not too sure. I mean, we haven't really seen the Valkyrie, have we? I don't think so. But it is Consulate.
No, I said mute. To try and maybe break apart the mute Mozzie combo a little bit. We saw Valk back in round number 8, just that solo appearance here in the second half.
And essentially, a double timeout. Coaches get to talk during the ban phase, and then straight after that into attack as well. So it's almost like a slightly extended tactical timeout here for SSG, and really the best time to call it as well, considering you're 6-3 down now. I mean, if Dark Zero were able to close this out 7-3, it's a pretty resounding win against an SSG roster that looked really, really strong. And the good news, though, for SSG is they only wagered the 1 bullet, minimizing the damage of this potential loss.
Yeah.
And the good news, even more so for Dark Zero, is they wagered the maximum amount of 2. And that's going to benefit them absolutely greatly. They'd go to 10, they would be tied first, which, of course, is the max amount you can get after the first 2 days.
Well, not necessarily. If you had a flawless victory, you could have actually...
Yeah, oh, guys, that's why they pay you the big bucks. And we did see a flawless victory today, of course. Fnatic able to achieve that one.
Oh, back to the split site.
Split again. Ashen playing that Vigil, though, he's going to have to be impactful. This has to be his round. Play the roam game, split site. You've got to have impact somewhere later in this round. And a massive change-up in terms of attacker repick for Dark Zero. They bring the Sands, they bring the Ram this time around.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Double hard breach, and then the Dockerby. Pretty good standard on a split site like this, where you know there's probably going to be some level of roamers.
Bomb located by attackers.
So can Dark Zero close this out, or have they got some more heart palpitations for their fans? Because if they do close this out, this would be a very dominant display going into day 3 after this.
Yeah, great. Ashen with quite the responsibility in this round. If the initial posturing from Dark Zero is anything to go by, there will be some attempt at clearing this portion of the map, and so Ashen needs to try his best in wasting as much time on that CEO/Yellow Stairs portion of the map. Just slow down that push. Try and sow some seeds of doubt.
The Boogie Auto Breacher just getting to work there, opening up the floorboards. Looking in towards Towers. Oh no, Bolts. Oh, very fortunate to get away from that one. The drone hole not a safe position to go prone.
Yeah, very fortunate to get away with that. And they're now potentially posturing for a play here with the ROU. Maybe used in such a way that they can facilitate a more direct hit above it in towards Tellers, especially if Pamba has a read that admin itself is clear. They don't have to worry as much about the pressure from above.
And it's Citizen and Spirits both with double-digit kills. The two new boys on this roster solidifying their position. Just under a minute and a half. Time just slowly ticking away. How are you to block off the window?
Okay. Makes it a challenge then for Benja to contest.
Has been found by Spirits as well towards Piano on the docker, being a logic bomb about to ring as well. So more pressure to come now for SSG. Ashen must somehow get involved here, but no, falls to Spirits as well.
Wow.
Dark Zero slaughtering SSG on Consulate, making a big North American statement that they very well want to be the kings of NA once again. Nafe will fall though. Benja by himself at a 1v4. It's not going to happen this time. SSG unable to back up day one, but for Dark Zero, they go top here at Reload. All 10 bullets after 2 days of action. And this new look, Dark Zero, is looking very, very strong.
DZ playing some very smart Siege this afternoon, putting on a pretty clean strategic masterclass outside of really putting a foot wrong, maybe in that opening round, right, where they let it slip away. Outside of that, across the board, dominating their opponents, and SSG finding it difficult to formulate a response. Fortunately for them, though, as you have mentioned a couple of times, just the one bullet. So a minimum loss for them, but a loss nonetheless.
I love the music. I'm a big fan of the music. No offense to people who love jazz. Like at Boston, I'm just kind of like, I want something a bit more hype, you know? We're getting that. This match itself was pretty hype, especially if you're a DZ fan. As we've kind of said, though, for SSG, they only wagered the one bullet anyway.
Yep.
So it's not really the end of the world. They'll walk into tomorrow still in a good position. If you want to find positives, I think they could have played so much better, right? Like there's more in the tank there for SSG. Ashen with a very quiet day. I thought Newers was, again, able to at least back up a little bit of that MVP performance. Not quite, obviously, to the same level, but he was still able to be consistent. But Citizen, Spirits, talk about consistency there, especially from Spirits. He was kind of the talk of the town for TC yesterday, and he will be even more the talk of the town coming after today's result, going into day 3 tomorrow. And DZ's the kind of team that, like, I just don't see who would want to pick DZ right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, as you mentioned, right, Spirits has been so impactful. Just had a quick glimpse at his stats as well today. 90% cost, so just consistently having impact. And I think
played Monty, played Glaz.
Yeah, the adaptability factor, right? Whether it be attack or defense, he was able to morph into a couple of different roles and be really effective.
Citizen as well was able to go and find himself 3 opening kills, so you've got that avenue kind of sorted. I know Nafe also got 2 opening kills, and that really was, I think, one of the big factors in this match was you had 2 players go and get 5 opening kills in a relatively quick game. It was only 10 rounds played, so that's like half the game. Only 2 players were able to get half of the opening kills, and that was from DZ. So they really dominated the early portion of these rounds. That meant SSG pretty much on the back foot for the majority of those rounds. Yep. I mean, dare I say, for Dark Zero, hard to not give them that #1 crown position from North America at the moment. And they're looking like a core 5. You know, there's no Bolo focus, there's no Kobe slander or anything along those lines. You've got 2 new additions that have slotted in nicely, and the other boys are still playing very well as well.
Yeah, and I think if and when Pamba fires up a little bit and is able to have impact in terms of scoreboard as well, that's going to be really, really dangerous. So I think Dark Zero certainly have many eyes on them at the moment, as I kind of posed before. Maybe SSG a little bit more now in doubt, but I look at both teams as being top 8 contenders. It's whether or not can they take that next step.
I don't lose too much from SSG today.
No, for sure. Yeah. But can they take the next step? Top 8, great.
Yep.
Top 4 on the cards. Can one of these teams maybe make a grand final? That's what North America is really looking for.
Alrighty, well, we are done for the B stream today, but again, fret not, Siege is not done. We're going to be sending you over to the A stream coming up soon. PSG Talon M80.